Carlo Knorr and Henry Moore. And today she's telling us more about Henry Moore's Pythagorean sephirotic diagram. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And thank you for being on time. Really appreciate it.
And can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, I cannot.
That's a recording one.
It's just recording. It's not.
Okay.
Unless it's connected to the mixer and then.
So it's better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I can keep up with this volume, but I will try. So thank you for inviting me. Thank you for being on time. So I'm really happy to present this, which is just a footnote of my dissertation. So I'm really happy to expand a little bit on it, and I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts. So there we go. So who was Henry Moore? So
Yes, it's okay.
yeah, if I lower my voice, just tell me because
You can sit in front.
I can okay. So he was a Cambridge scholar from a wealthy family, and he got his position thanks to his uncle, who was already at Cambridge. So just a little gossip of who he was. So he was one of the first people to read and talk about Neoplatonism, exactly Plotinus in Cambridge. So there was a rejection of Platonism at Cambridge, and they were only reading Aristotle. So he was one of the first to introduce Neoplatonism at Cambridge. He was a theoretician of the soul, and besides being a Platonist, he was really influenced by Cartesianism. Actually, he was one of the most influential Cartesians in Europe, I would say. And while I read his accomplishments and tell you a little bit more about his life, I will show you the third and fourth stanzas of a poem dedicated to his memory, like for you to have more insight of who he was for the people. So he wrote about the soul extensively and metaphysics. He was so interested in the immortality of the soul and what happens with it after we die, that he did some research on gods, ghosts, apparitions, and witchcraft. So he also read some Christian Kabbalists, Reuchlin and Ficino to be precise, and wrote an interpretation of Genesis published in 1653 under the title Conjectura Cabbalistica. So it was an explanation of the creation of heaven and earth, understood as metaphysical substances. Heaven is light, it is spirit, earth is matter. So using Maimonides as an authority and the Pythagoreans, he advanced what he called his Mosaic Kabbalah. So the divine truth as transmitted to Moses, according to him, right? So he believed that Pythagoras, so I'm sorry, I will pronounce Pythagoras as I pronounce in Spanish because it's easier. So, so he believed that Pythagoras was following Moses, and Plato for most of his work follows the Pythagoreans. So he had the perfect link. Thus, he would call the Pythagoreans as Greek Kabbalists. Maimonides also allowed him to talk about the Merkabah in cosmological terms, just as Maimonides had described in the Morene Bouquin. So by late 1670, he met the iatrochemist, the son of Jean-Baptiste van Helmont, Francis Mercury van Helmont, who at the time was the private counselor and closest friend of the Count of Sulzbach, Christian August. He and the Count had commanded a translation of the Zohar and some other Hebrew texts for the newly set printing business in the Principality. So the person in charge of the translations was Christian Knorr von Rosenroth. So both Knorr von Rosenroth and van Helmont were great admirers of Henry Moore's works. And knowing that his friend was visiting England, Knorr sent a letter asking Moore some interesting theological questions about the soul. While in England, van Helmont was asked to be Anne Conway's physician. So Conway was the favorite disciple of Moore. She was also an aristocrat and she was very, very influential. Well, she is very influential. So van Helmont also told Henry Moore about the Zohar project and about the rabbi's mission to gather as many manuscripts as possible. Among the many manuscripts he gathered, there were some Lurianic ones from Venice. So Moore showed a lot of interest in the project, and van Helmont commissioned some translations and copies of the texts, the copies to be of internal use in Sulzbach and the translation for Moore. So Knorr selected and translated some texts from the manuscripts of the manuscript edition of Etz Chaim by Jacob Sema. So we know that he had that. He was working on with that. He prepared a translated epitome of Emek HaMelech. They had the printed edition. Also, we have the catalogs of the Count's library, so we can know what they had. And 2 diagrams, one circular, including the Partsufim, and the other arboreal. Today, I am going to focus on the latter, which is, as you can see in the cover of my presentation, the one that more adapted. After receiving the texts, Moore was so fascinated and interested in learning more about Kabbalah that they would start corresponding, Knorr and him, and exchanging ideas about the texts, and Knorr von Rosenroth will send more translations. At some point in the work, perhaps in early 1674, Knorr von Rosenroth decided that publishing a translation like the one of Postel as Van Helmont desired was not the correct work. The Zohar needed a critical edition, so to say. As he had gathered so many reference books and he had studied them and compared the many editions of the Zohar too. However, the 2 friends disagreed. Unfortunately, we only had Knorr von Rosenroth's side of the argument, so we cannot decide who was wrong or right. But we can learn that Van Helmont had some copy of the manuscripts containing Postel's translation of the Zohar, and Knorr considered the work insufficient. And I quote Knorr. So this is a letter, a draft of a letter that he sent to Van Helmont. So it is as if you only hindered me from doing the further version of the Zohar. If I had known you were of that position, like publishing this fragmentary translation of the Zohar, I should not have continued the arduous work on this side. So he was really mad. So this is one of the few instances that we can see Knorr losing his temper, because he was really prudent and really kind. So this is surprising to me. So Moore was made aware that the 2 friends had some disagreements, probably by Van Helmont himself or Conway. So he was committed to helping them with dry reason with the project, as they were good people and the project was really promising to him. So thus he tried to diffuse the situation between the 2 friends. And he suggested in a letter, and I quote him, and I'm sorry because this is going to be long. So, but you, oh, sorry. Thank you. Sorry, it's also that I tend to speak very fast. So if I speak too low and if I speak too fast, please just tell me. So I understand by Monsieur Van Helmont that he will have you forthwith published, so far as you have gone in the Zohar, which intention of his I like very well, that the labor you have taken already may be in no hazard of being lost, or that it may not all be lost, that you publish part of that you have translated, and so fet it out at leisure by parts. And if you do, as I suppose you do, intend, beside an index, so he commented to elaborate an index of the important terms, of so much as you publish at a time. Make also a general alphabet of the more obscure Kabbalistical terms and phrases, as I have made in my Synopsis Prophetica, an alphabet of prophetic iconismus. It will confer much to the benefit of the reader and make the book more saleable, and more effectually invite men to search into those studies and to understand what there is in the Jewish Kabbalah. Your 2 Kabbalistic tables, that is the 2 diagrams, with the names and attributes congested under each sephirah, which will not be much unlike in nature and used to Johannes me Ursius, his Denarius Pythagoricus, will also be very fit for this first volume you intend. And if your Systema Theologia Judaica were in the volume 2, all this would tend to the sharpening men's appetites for the reading and understanding of the Zohar. When they have something aforehead to understand it by, and something to search for and examine by it, it being the most authentic treasure of their Kabbalah. And Monsieur Van Helmont is of my opinion, nor am I contrary to it, that if you, so Monsieur Van Helmont is of the opinion, nor am I contrary to it, that if you publish also your amica responsio you have written to me, and I reply to it, which I intend to do in all fairness, that this may also further with the reader's appetite, though to the perusing of the Zohar and the being inquisitive where the truth lies, and what the ancient Kabbalah may be, whether it's a glorious way, which you will must follow, I suppose, in your Systema Theologia Judaica, or whether in what I shall hint, or else some third way, or in something mixed of it all. But in the meantime, he conceives this to be a very probable way of engaging men to look with more eagerness into the Zohar. And you try what there is in the Jewish Kabbalah. They having such a game started before them, and that they may be the better understand your amica responsio, it will be convenient that my considerations and queries be published with it, and also the Tractatus Primus Libri Drushim, and therefore I will turn my considerations and queries into Latin, and distinguish each consideration into such parts as you have done. So blah, blah, blah. So he greets, goodbye. So if you have read Kabbalah Denudata, so these are the contents of the first volume of Kabbalah Denudata. So he was the one that got the idea because he was trying to reconcile the two friends, right? So, and thus Kabbalah Denudata came to be. So it became the reference book of the Zohar. So More contributed to, he was with some texts that dealt with the text he received in translations and can be classified in some groups. So the ones that deal with the vision of Ezekiel, a very important topic to him since his Conjectura Cabbalistica, which he considered the great mystery of the creation, a group of texts only comprised by two actually, that refute Kabbalah as explained in Emek Hamelech and similar accounts. So it's a nightmare and a set of axioms against the materialist Kabbalists. And the first, and the tables, right? So he has a section on commenting the diagrams. So they were included in Kabbalah Denudata, and they his comments on the tables, and they are the first approach to Kabbalah, which were the diagrams, were these diagrams. So how do we know that those were the first texts he engaged with? Well, because there are dated letters addressed to Anne Conway where he says that he just received the diagrams and he has his first reading and he was disgusted by this thing, but then he tried to read it again and he was like finding the gold in this rubbish, I quote him. As I said at the beginning, he received the two well, I have been saying all this. So he received two diagrams. So one of the parts of him and the other of the Sefirot. So the diagrams were also included in Kabbalah Denudata. However, when the proofs for printing started around 5 years later of Moore's first encounter with them, there are also extant letters when we can know when the proofs of the printing started. Nor had collected more diagrams and perhaps more manuscripts, so they were printed as the appendix of part 4 or part 4 of the first volume. Nevertheless, the two first diagrams that Moore received were included in the same part of Kabbalah Denudata that contained Henry Moore's contributions. So, am I going too fast? It's all okay.
But do you have pictures?
Yes. Sorry. So there we go.
So just now you're saying Knorr or Moore?
When? What?
Like when you call Henry Moore, you always say Henry Moore, and if I hear something that I can't tell if it's Knorr or Moore.
I say Moore, and when I say Knorr von Rosenroth, I always say Knorr von Rosenroth.
Okay.
And like Knorr.
Okay.
Good.
Maybe it's the Knorr.
That I remember.
Good. So another proof that Moore received these diagrams comes from Moore himself. So he included these two diagrams with better quality in the publication of his complete works in Latin in 1679. We can see that the arboreal tree, that it is the one that concerns us now, was printed in Kabbalah Denudata without channels. So you see? However, Moore did include them. I'm sorry. So why? So the answer might be found again in the extant correspondence between the two. So there, Knorr von Rosenroth updates Van Helmont about the printing. So he had already tested the types, and he tells Van Helmont about a young artist that will do the work with the diagrams. So the engraver was the young Johannes Christoph Sartorius. So he lived in Knorr von Rosenroth's house while working on the engravings for Kabbalah Denudata. He had agreed to do work for, and I quote Rosenroth, nothing besides food and other basic needs. I also raised 3 florins to pay him every week. So they had very few funds, right? So in comparison to Knorr von Rosenroth, Henry Moore had access to better engravers and a huge amount of funds. So he was already wealthy, he was at Cambridge, and he had a lot of patrons. So he was cool with money. So that's why he had a better printing of the diagrams he received. This is 5, this is 1. Yeah, okay. So another proof of the transmission of the diagram is found in one of the extant notebooks of Knopf and Rosenroth at Wolfenbüttel, at Herzog August Bibliothek in Wolfenbüttel. So the diagram is missing the middle upper channel, but it looks exactly the same as the ones, right? So, what was I saying? Just as the one printed in Morse Opera Omnia, and remarkably, it is explained with a German paraphrasis of Cordoveros or Nera. However, More did not receive the diagram with the text that accompanies the diagram. That is a translation of the German, that is the paraphrasis of Nera. So he only received the diagram. So he received the diagram accompanied with just the names of the Sephirah and the names. So how do we know all this? Because he commented on the text, so we can like trace what he was looking at. So he didn't receive these paraphrases that accompanied the diagram in the notebooks. So, however, learning that this diagram was explained by a paraphrasis of Cordovero, then we can, I don't like to suppose, but we can suppose that it is a Cordoverian diagram. I haven't been able to locate the exact diagram, but at least we know from where Henry Moore was taking the model of his diagram, which will be reproduced in some other people's books. For example, Neil will talk about Wudeus who reproduced the diagram. But anyway, so we don't know also if the model that was copied, so if the original one had the upper channel missing, the middle one, or if it was omitted by the scribe or copier at Sulzbach, because they had copies in Sulzbach. So including the diagrams he received and commenting on them was not enough for Henry Moore. So he decided to elaborate his own version of the diagram following the model he had and his Pythagorean knowledge. So for this synthetic version of the tree, so he relied on the Denarius Pythagoricus. So it's a very, very small book written by Johannes Meursius, who was famous for his monographs and reconstruction of ancient philosophy. So he's very influential for classicists. Well, he's neglected, but he's really important, like in the classic studies. So in the Denarius, Meursius reconstructs the Pythagorean system by reading every ancient source that quotes any Pythagorean, and not only the metaphysics or the physics of Aristotle. So we have another side of the Pythagoreans, because normally what we know of the Pythagoreans was thanks to Aristotle. So he included other sources, Meursius. Relying on the Pythagoreans helped more to describe the Sephirot as numbers and not emanations. So according to him, the Sephirot as emanations were unnecessary because they are in fact tokens of the creation. So they are mnemonic devices. We see them and we think of the Merkabah. So remember that for him, creation equals Merkabah. So in his interpretation of the 10 Sephirot as the Pythagorean decade, better known as the Tretactis, so the number 1, that is God or Keter, is what the Pythagoreans, and more specifically the Pythagorean Philolaus, had called the central fire or Zeus guard post, like the Tower of Zeus. Henry Moore goes a little further and states that the central fire is the Hasmal seen by Ezekiel, which corresponds to the fire or electricity produced by the circular movement of the Messiah's soul, which created a vortex. This vortex, and here we see his latent Cartesianism, or circular movement, creates a cone from which the 4 worlds Avia deplete. This is explained in another complementary text about the vision, so I won't delve into this. Yeah, and it was also included in Kabbalah Nudata and his Opera Omnia, this text where he develops all this. The other 2 Upper Sephirot, I'm sorry. So the other 2 Sephirot are identified with the 2 divine hypostases or personae. He was so convinced that the Sephirot were exactly the Pythagorean numbers that he took some poetic liberties. So he changed the gender of Partsuf and said that there were that they were partsufot, and he explained the reason, being that just as in Greek and Latin, the word is feminine. So in Hebrew, it should be feminine. So it was a mistake of the of the Kabbalists. So it should be feminine. So what does it mean that the Sephirot are numbers, numeraciones, instead of powers or essence or any other type of principle? So, well, for him, as I told you before, the Sephirot are only mnemonic tools, so instruments that activate the memory. So, which interestingly is probably an incorrect reading of what the Pythagoreans believed about the numbers, for whom it seems for the sources that we have, they were rather both physical and metaphysical principles, and not only mathematical numbers as Plato or we think the numbers, right? So for them, they were really physical and metaphysical principles. But that is another story. I won't bore you with that. According to the Pythagorean depiction of the universe, there are 10 heavenly bodies or planets, and at the center stands the Tower of Zeus, so the Zanos Pyrgus, represented by fire. Chokhmah was the second person or episteme. Let me go to his table. So Chokhmah was the second person or episteme, that is wisdom in Greek, for the Pythagoreans, what they call wisdom for the Pythagoreans. Lastly, Bina was equal to the third person, and phronesis or prudence in Greek. So according to the Pythagorean depiction of the universe, there are I already said that, yes. So such a description permitted more to connect the Sephirotic diagram with his vertical theory of the creation of the universe, as he had already advanced in Merkabah Expositio, included in Kabbalah Denudata in his opera Omnio. So the sun, represented by the fire, or central fire in Pythagorean terminology, is placed in the center, and it is equal to the Messiah's soul. Okay, so interestingly, more stress that the three first numbers of the denarius, just like the three persons of the hypostasis of the divinity, are only repositories and not emanations. Such a characterization adds to more Trinitarianism, as it suggests that the three persons are differentiated substances. I will elaborate on this a little bit. So, did I miss this? Okay, so he divided the 10 Sephirot into two groups, so reliquaries and repositories. That is capsula sive repositoria, according to his terminology. And they activate the memory of the mystery of the throne, like together in unity. So in a bid to differentiate between the three first Sephirot and the remaining 7, he referenced Menachem Recanati's, according to, as quoted by Ritangelius, distinction between primordial numbers and decrees. So in spite of the fact that Ritangel enumerated emanations as possible translation for the 10 Sephirot, while More only used the first possible translation that he gives, and he decides that they are numbers, not emanations. So in that way, he can make the difference between the three persona and the other attributes. So for a matter of time, I won't be explaining each Sephirah because I don't want to bore you and overwhelm you. So in his account, but I would just say that it is not as simple as subjecting the Sephirot to Pythagoreanism, but rather he did a very complex synthesis in a way in which it reflected what he believed was the truth of creation. So let me finish. So we see that in his third diagram, he shows a synthesis of post-Zoharic Kabbalah that he received from Knorr, von Rosenroth, and Pythagoreanism, and some reference to his works. And the table was part of this very big group of texts that he prepared that deal with the vision of Ezekiel, explained in Kabbalistic terms, like his Kabbalah, which is Kabbalah and Pythagoreanism. And you can see his engraving he prepared for the opera Omnia, which, if you can see, resembles a lot the Tritactis, that for him is a folded Sephirotic tree. Because you can see it's folded, so you unfold it and you have the sephirotic tree. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you so very much. You were so fast.
I'm sorry.
So we have 20 minutes for questions, which I'm sure they are harder.
And I'm sorry if I spoke too fast. I tend to speak very fast.
Questions? Yeah, yes.
Thank you. And it's so fun to learn always new things about this material. Great that you're going so deep into it. Do you have maybe some general thoughts about, because of the subject of our gathering, like how would you talk just about the diagrammatic as a mode of intellectual exchange or spiritual exchange in this milieu? Where I mean, of course, I looked for the diagrams, so I came to Kabbalah Denudata from the diagrams. But if I were not looking for them, where would they be? Where would they be in the landscape of this intellectual milieu?
So it depends on which contributor of Kabbalah Denudata you ask. So for Knorr, they were like reference to the text. So they were like the initial part. So they were like this. For the starter, it should be like, this is the introduction to what Kabbalah is. For Van Helmont, they were like the explanation of the emanation from the one, because he was a monist and he believed like everything was one with the one. And for Knorr, we can see that they were just mnemonic devices, that they activated memory. So you have different perspectives depending on the contributor or collaborator that you see or look at.
Mm-hmm. Would you be able to say something about their epistemic status? Like, did they think you could? Was it an argument for something? What was that? What was its added value over a textual transmission of those same ideas?
Well, I will say that, for example, for Knorr, they were so important that I mean, they added value to the text, but they also were guides to the text. Like, for example, when he sent the first batch of text to Moore, he only sent the 2 diagrams and a translation of the drush on circularity and straightness. So he believed that the 2 diagrams contained all that is to be known of Kabbalah.
That you showed at the beginning of the presentation, or what he sent with the circles and
yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're 14.
Yeah, I think it's 15, no? 14. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he added something. I think that he added what is in the appendix. Because you know that it has like an extended explanation.
It goes back to
yes.
Yeah.
And I think that he added after sending, because this was very early. This was in 1670 when he sent these 2 diagrams. And when he started preparing the publication of Kabbalah Denudata was almost 5 years later. So
just because of my confusion from before about what Moore and Knorr, just can I be clear?
Yes.
That all of the diagrams in the appendix were collected by Knorr.
Yes, Knorr von Rosenroth, yes, and the rabbi. And
but Moore also had some. Did he found some diagrams?
No, he had only he only had 2 diagrams. The path to theme, yes.
Oh.
Sorry.
I thought it was. Sorry. It's the one she showed.
Yes.
Knorr. Yeah.
It's in Knorr and also it's in Moore.
In my book, I found that there's a manuscript in
Yes.
Oxford has the 2 foldouts next to each other, also a Hebrew manuscript.
Yes.
Because I couldn't understand why he's combining classical Kabbalah
Mm-hmm.
and the Rihanna Kabbalah in the explanation.
Yes.
And it seemed very strange. And he says, this is the only tree
Mhm.
where he says, for the, you have to consult what I wrote someplace else in order to understand it.
Yeah, for me it's still a puzzle, like why he did that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps a follow-up on Mrs. question, not so much the intentions of the authors, collaborators to the Christian Kabbalah, to the Kabbalah and that, but rather on the reception of this book, because as you certainly know, Leibniz on the one hand and Newton on the other were very eager and waiting for the same book and
Yes.
writing everywhere when it would appear. And so the question would be, what would they do? So a philosopher and a scientist, what would they do with the diagrams, specifically about the diagrams? Because we know that Newton was especially interested in the Eshmetzareth, he was interested in alchemy. But what about the diagrams? Do they add anything? Are there diagrams in the works of Leibniz or Newton?
I'm not sure of Newton because I haven't dwelled a lot into Newton. I don't think that he follows any of the diagrams, and if he does, perhaps he's following Moore's interpretation because he's more in the cosmological side. I know about Leibniz, but Leibniz was ambiguous about how to deal these texts. He doesn't comment a lot about the diagrams themselves. He comments more about the text, like the proper texts. So he was ambiguous because he loved Van Helmont. So if you don't know, he wrote a beautiful epitaph for Van Helmont.
Wasn't he also the librarian?
Yes, he was a librarian in Wolfenbüttel, and he was when Van Helmont died. So they were both in Hanover, and they will go, but they will have breakfast together, and they will like talk like every morning. So he really loved Van Helmont, but he was really ambiguous about Kabbalah. So he's very prudent in including Kabbalah. So I'm also prudent of saying if they either Newton or Leibniz really include Kabbalah in their thought, of they are just following the spirit of the era. Like, I mean, you have monists, you have people that talk about vortices, so you have similar discourses that somehow parallel the core of Kabbalah. So I don't know if they were following. I would be prudent, like myself, to say that they.
Thank you. I think that one possible way to look at the question specifically about Leibniz would be the visual element, because he connected almost automatically Chinese pictograms with Kabbalah. So he was all the time convinced that there was something about pictures specifically. So this could be a possible path.
Yes. Yes, but it's interesting because I don't know if he got it from reading Kabbalah Denudata or from speaking with Van Helmont. So we don't know exactly where he got this inclusive idea that images can be like, or that you have like sort of priskatologia in everything.
Images of like atomic images of monads somewhere, or am I making that up in my imagination?
I don't recall.
He might, because he yeah.
There was some image of a circle surrounded by almost like a flower.
But also it was depicted already by Van Helmont's father, like the monad.
That structure.
Yes. So the Helmontians already had the monad. And they describe very like beautifully how the monad is and how. Yes.
The monads, hieroglyphica is
Yes.
classic.
So I don't know if I have answered your questions. I'm sorry. Yes.
There's an art historian named Christoph Luthi, I think his name is, and when he has an article on the continuity of images representing the atom, and how no matter how much physics changes, the image stays the same.
What's the name?
Christoph Luthi, Luthy. I think there might be an umlaut over the U.
Okay.
Luthi.
Luthi.
It's a wonderful article. I'll send you the PDF.
Thank you. Good.
I think it will be really interesting if we manage to publish volume to see the different approaches to diagrams and to development of the theological embodiment in the diagrams. So if there are no more questions.
Let's go.
Or we can go on. Thank you very much.
Then you pick up my trash.
Just to go on and then
Yes.
there are camera bubble breaks. So, Gregor,
Order.
yeah, paper.
Only my turn then.
Sì, sì, sì. Moderador. Everybody can. It's our turn. But Gregor will start. Flavia, you here? Okay. So, as soon as we have our presentation, I'm just a sidekick. I mean, Gregor was once in one of my classes in Frankfurt, and I thought he's a student of Jewish studies, but it turned out he was wrong. I was wrong. He's now in art history, and we will talk about teaching faith, and we want to compare or present some ideas on the Arbores Vitae and the Arbores Cabbalisticae. And Gregor will start.
All right. Thank you for having me here. Let's go. Let's dive immediately into our material. In this presentation, Elke and I show examples of the Arbor Vitae in contrast to the Arbor Cabbalistica as a didactical tool in Christian pietism. While the Arbor Vitae serves as an overtly Christian symbol, the Arbor Cabbalistica reflects the Christian appropriations of Jewish sources. Emphasizing the differences, we want to create a dialogue of these oppositional yet intertwined didactical media from the late Renaissance to the end of the Baroque period. We structured our talk into 5 chapters. Following the introduction, the first 3 chapters develop 3 case studies that testify to the qualities and didactic functions of the Arbor Vitae between script and image. This interplay of images and written content shows how the readers and viewers are guided to spiritual messages and Christian doctrines. At the same time, they tell of teachings from Christians to Christians and Jewish converts to Christians. Following the case study of the Arbor Vitae, Elke will explore the functions of Princess Antonia of Tainach's Lehrtafel, a didactical altar piece, her seeming architectural drawings, and their resemblance to Kabbalistic trees. So what I'm telling now is pretty familiar to us, thanks to Saverio Campanini. And also your introduction, I stole this picture of you. Based on medieval iconography, the Arbor Vitae Christus refers to Christ hanging on the cross, the Lignum Vitae, the wood of life, with the pedigree of Jesse as written in Matthew 1. The names of Jesus' forefathers are inscribed in a schematic tree that partially goes back on the Porphyric or Kabbalistic tree as we discussed. Furthermore, Christ is associated with the tree of life in the center of the Garden of Paradise, promising eternal life and reversing the sin Adam and Eve committed. As another layer, the Arbor Vitae becomes the ladder of Jacob. It builds the bridge between earth and heaven and ensures the transition between the spheres. It is no coincidence that depiction of sleeping Jacob resemble the depictions of sleeping Jesse, as both build a bridge towards heaven that grows out of both their bodies. Ultimately, this type of posture reminds of sleeping Adam during the creation of Eve. So I just rushed a bit through these images that we can discuss later on as well. Now let's dive into my first case study. It is an emblematic book composed by Heinrich Oreus. His Viridarium Hieroglyphico Morale translates to Garden of Moral Hieroglyphs and was published in 1619 in Frankfurt on the eve of the 30 Years' War. North of Frankfurt, which is exactly where I am from, Oreus worked as a priest and a teacher and was part of the early pietist movement. His viridarium consists of 88 engravings with poems and explanations. It relies on the high Renaissance tradition of emblematic books, the first of which was composed by Andrea Alciato in 1531. Alciato manifested the canonical emblem consisting of a title, a picture, and a subtitle, written as a poem. Oreus wrote his work about 90 years after Andrea Alciato, building a bridge towards an individual spiritual movement of the Baroque pietism. This interplay of text and image proved to be a useful didactic tool for his work as a teacher. The work was aimed at the higher education of students familiar with the Bible, classical Greek, and Latin. The title of Oreus' work takes up the tradition of Baroque pietistic literature using the common topos of the garden. The Viridarium is not only a book, but a garden itself, in which the reader stands, grows, and dwells, fearing nothing but a pious education, as the cartouche above indicates. It thus suggests an equation between humans and trees. The Arbor Vitae Christus on page 12 shows Jesus hanging on the cross. The cross itself seems to be attached to the tree behind it. In contrast to the medieval and Renaissance Arbores Vitae, this tree shows no notion of a schematic pedigree. Other than the title of the cross, we see no other inscription. Underneath, a group of 7 men listen and watch the Epiphany above. The Latin poem below explains the hardships of a traveler. Translated, it reads, "The traveler seeks the plain and avoids the steep. The tired plowman searches for welcome help. The plain is Christ in the sky and the shadow of salvation. Light, the way, life, and salvation come from no other." Quote end. Jesus is identified with the tree and with the shadow of the tree. Thus, he is subject and is function at the same time. Moving beyond the picture, Christ becomes a landscape. He is the plain, not the steepness. Further, he helps the tired plowman recalling Adam's penalty of leaving the Garden of Paradise and eating the fruits of the cursed ground. On the right side of the 2 pages, the right page, Oreus introduces his explanation with a Matthew citation stressing this rural setting. In it, Jesus compares himself to the smooth yoke, which promises remedy of the hardships of working in the field. Oreus explains the emblem as Christ's crucifixion and refers to the root of Jesse, the name of God, and the seed of David. Oreus then mentions the tree metaphor 5 times, always indenting the phrases in italics that begin with the word arbor. First, Oreus says, quote, "The tree connects the highest and the lowest. Christ reconciles heaven and earth, God and man, and unites them." Quote end. Oreus becomes more concrete in the second phrase, quote, "The tree provides a path to the heights. Thus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through him. He is truly Jacob's ladder, by which we ascend to the Father." Quote end. This refers to Martin Luther's theology of the cross, in which Christ's passion is the only way to ascend to God the Father, so the cross becomes a ladder. Thus, the Arbor Vitae Christus connects both spheres, just like Jacob's ladder in his dreams. Keeping Oreus' emblematic book as a didactic means in mind, the readers are inclined to intellectually travel to Christ and to perceive him as a way, a means to an end, and not only a person. In third place, Oreus lists Christ as a tree with branches that extend to the 4 parts of the world where Christianity should be preached. Quote, "Be it a folly to the Gentiles, a scandal to the Jews, but a saving power to all the faithful." Quote end. Oreus explains the mission of preaching in all parts of the world, showing awareness of the echo. Fourth, this tree, quote, "also spreads its root under the ground, for from death Christ redeems us and will raise us from the dust of the earth on the last day. In Christ all are made alive." Quote end. Oreus openly addresses the last judgment, especially in times of war. It is only the 5th phrase that Oreus comes back to the verses of the poem, explaining them again in prose, quote, "The tree provides a pleasant shade for the weary and the breathless. Thus Christ is a pleasing solace in all adversities. In the heat of sin, he is the shade of righteousness." Quote end. All in all, Oreus extensively uses the tree metaphor to explain what it means to believe in Christ. He describes the tree's qualities, functions, and biblical layers to instruct his pious readers. Moving on to the second case study. The second case study is the frontispiece in Caspar Knittel's Via Regia ad omnes scientias et artis, the Royal Road to All Sciences and Arts, published in 1691 in Nuremberg. It takes us again into a garden of paradise. In the foreground, 4 springs are quilling out of 2 fountains, representing the 4 rivers of paradise. In contrast to an Arbor Vitae Christi, the central object is a flower, more precisely, a lily, tall as a tree, rolling towards the sky. This flower is part of the sundial and serves as the gnomon, throwing a shadow on the numbers beneath it. It indicates the way of the sun, and since sun equals God, it serves as a metaphor for the instruction of the readers, who are guided to learn Christian virtues. Above the lily, the 3 flying letters read, Doceo et delecto, I teach and delight. Again, above, a potter holds up a scroll on which Philosophia Curiosa is written, while the face of the sun lights up the scenario. The lily in the center of the garden refers to the tree of life. As a flower, it does not immediately refer to the Arbor Vitae Christus and his function as a ladder. However, Mary has been associated with the heavenly ladder as well, since she functioned as a mediator between the spheres. Through her, Christ came on the earth and believers come into the sky. Ultimately, the lily symbolizes Mary herself, who again stands for purity and virtues, and thus fits the allegories of the virtues on the frontispiece. Just like the emblematic book of Oreus Viridarium, Knittel's frontispiece makes use of the metaphor of the Garden of Paradise, suggesting the connection to God by study. We can later on talk about the other frontispiece as well. So on the right side, you see the first page. Turning that one, you'll see the other picture. And it's very interesting how Knittel uses his own name as a prism. Coming here from the name of God, he explains, so to say, the virtues. He spreads the light. That's a not really humble gesture, but pretty interesting. Also, the presence of the tetragrammaton in the Baroque period, which I'm not an expert on, but it's really interesting.
It reminds me of Bach writing a fugue with the notes B-A-C-H. She did.
Yeah, good one. Third case study of mine, Paul Weidner. The third work takes us back into the late Renaissance. In 1558, Paul Weidner converted from Judaism to Christianity. Working at the University of Vienna as a physician and rector, he published his first book only 1 year after his conversion, The Principal Tenets of the Christian Faith. Aiming to convince Jews of his own decision, the work shows the supposed truth of Christianity and proves Weidner's skills in Hebrew and Christian literature. The work's frontispiece speaks of Weidner's strong connection with Judaism, and as we turn the page, it speaks of his later conversion, which serves Weidner's intention to convert his former brothers in faith. The title page shows a structure recalling the entrance of a temple with a cupola. It bursts of biblical quotations written in Latin and Hebrew at the top, while the square entrance to the building serves as space for the title and further citations. The columns stand on pedestals with biblical quotations, always denoted with the respective book of the Bible. Fitting the title, Loca Praecipua, which can also be translated as a special place, or maybe even holy place, the frontispiece refers to the Temple of Jerusalem with Jachin and Boaz as pillars of the gate, while its layout recalls the title pages of the first printed Talmudim. It was only 45 years earlier, from 1519 to 1523, that the first printed Talmud proved to be a bestseller because of the genius layout by Daniel Bomberg, who based his depiction on the architecture of Torah shrines, which again refers to the Ark of the Covenant. Stimmt, sorry. Here. Here you have the comparison. Evoking the Talmud's multi-referential layout, Weidner integrates his people pictorial language and actual language, Hebrew, to speak directly to learned Jews, giving weight to Weidner's mission. And I wanted to go back to this quote here, because at the left edge, he quotes a proverb that emphasizes the process of inscribing the spiritual study on one's bodily bearer of script, the heart. And this is a common topos that we also heard in the talk by Fabrizio Lelli, and the comment on the Pentateuch, if I remember right. The inscription inscribes something into one's own heart. Very interesting. Following the title page, the next depiction clears all ambiguity, since it shows an Arbor Vitae Christus with Paul Weidner to the right and his family to the left. Underneath Christ's right arm, we read a Vulgate Jesaja citation, reproduced on the opposite side in Hebrew. Next to the heads of the figures, numbers indicate their age as we read the added Aetas Eorum. As if instructing his family, Weidner points towards Christ, almost touching him, showing the readers the depicted way, Jesus, as the literal way is following up on the next pages. The moment of turning from a Jewish layout to an immediate Christian message, the principal tenets of the Christian faith, is enforced by the Latin and Hebrew Bible quotations positioned right and left of Christ. As we see, Dominus is printed on the same level as the Tetragrammaton. Weidner's case shows the intention of a convert to present himself and his family as pious Christians, which goes along with the mission of Jews. The title pages of his work testify to the powerful interplay of layout, script, and images that serves his goal to speak to his readers and to instruct them. All in all, Horaeus, Knittel, and Weidner utilized the vast implications of the Arbor Vitae Christus due to their specific Christian agenda and audience, referring to the Bible, the virtues, and the tenets of the Christian faith. All case studies share the instruction of their readers in Christian pious life by the interplay of text and image. Horaeus follows the tradition of emblems. Knittel composes the title page of his Garden of Virtues that combines Mary as the lily with Christ as the tree of life. Lastly, the Jewish convert Paul Weidner makes use of the iconographic tradition of Jewish book printing to missionize his former brothers in faith. Thank you.
Okay.
I thought we might spare this for this. And you said
Okay.
I should
keep
it dense.
Yeah. So I will turn now, of course, to something you all know about. And there has been this great book by Matthias Morgenstern and Monika Garuchet. So I don't want to add much about it, but I want to add two new ideas, because I think that this picture integrates two ideas, one of the Arbor Vitae that we just heard about, and the Arbores Cabbalisticae, which of course the Sephirotic tree, and here depicted in the in the same structure with the female virtues and Christ in the middle of the place of the Shekhinah. And they call it now, of course, not teaching tablet, but learning tablet, which I think gives a very good idea of the double function of this. And according to Antonia standing down in the entrance of the garden, this whole meditation tablet is leading to an ascent of the soul via meditation and reach, of course, the highest crown and unite with Christ. And I think that in this Baroque expression, we have an absorption of the Sephirotic system, but also it is a very good example of popularizing theology with various levels of understanding that she wants to talk, of course, to lay public, but also to expert in the Kabbalistic sphere. And my new idea is now that this description as a pictura docens is combined with two ideas, one from Catholic and one from a Protestant background, because I think that this female depiction of all it, that with Antonia standing on the bottom and her initials as Antonia of Württemberg as the crown, as two female powers, somehow resembles Mary as the Fenestra Caeli, which is on the next page, and is a female power mediating between the two worlds. if you have it as a feminine description of the Sephirotic system. So in the Mary as a fenestra caeli, as a window to heaven, was very popular in Christian mysticism, as we know of Bernard of Clairvaux, where Mary is the window through which the divine grace is flowing to the humans, or also with Anselm of Canterbury, where Mary again is the window and the channel of divine grace, and of course for Christ for humanity, so flowing down from Christ. And also John of the Cross, where Mary, already in the 7th century, Mary is again the fenestra caeli as an incarnation of Christ, and she establishes a specific connection between the higher and the lower world. And my favorite, because he's from Ulm, Heinrich Seuse has the same idea, with Mary as window through which the divine light shines into the world and permits a glance into paradise for humans. So Mary is depicted as a window and as a channel. So she is the mediatrix between the two worlds. If we go back to our overall picture, after Niels and I were in Bad Tainach and looking at it for quite some time, we realized that the actual center is the inner of the temple of this picture. It's not so much Christ as the bottom or Keter as above the among the cupola, but it's actually the innermost, the Holy of the Holies in the temple, where we have the cross, we have the high priest, and we have the cross with the snake. And as Matthias has explained in Sulzbach a few weeks ago, this is actually an insertion of Luther's Theologia Crucis into this picture as one way. She keeps two ways. She keeps the way of Moses, and she also inserts the Christological idea of Christ as epistemological mediator. So, of course, Christ as the Savior is here one way, but I think this is really the interesting part. Antonia wants to depict both ways, in contrast to Luther, who, of course, thought that his own teaching is the Vera Kabbalah, and that Kabbalah is, of course, a look for the hidden God, and as Tortorielli has shown in his excellent book, the comments that Luther made in the Dictata on the Psalms, and then later on his Observationes, where he says that that you should not speculate on the Tetragrammaton as the Jewish Kabbalah does, but the real Kabbalah is, of course, the cross. And it says, crux sola est nostra theologia. So Jesus is the epistemological mediator. Only through the cross we can reach the hidden God and unite with it, as he writes on his commentary on Psalm 8, where the torculator, the wine presses, is certain intercourse between God and man through Christ, formed by a formed by a wonderful and all-sweet communion. So Antonia inserts this idea of the communion between man and God through Christ as one way, but of course she also keeps the other way through the Mosaic tradition and intertwines it in the overall composition of the picture. What I find especially interesting is, so she keeps, of course, the priest in the middle, and it's the male and the female elements combined, and the Christocentric interpretation of the Arbor Cabbalisticae, which transforms this Arbor Cabbalistica at the same time into an Arbor Vitae, as Gregor has just described. So it's a visualization of Theologia Crucis, but how does she actually do it in a private way? And here I find it very interesting to have a closer look at the material that is hosted at in Württemberg, in Stuttgart, at the Codices, that have been printed by Matthias and Monika, but they have not been really read by them. And with the help of colleagues from Frankfurt, we deciphered the writings that actually her teacher, Lorenz Schmiedlen, made for her private meditations. And she has, of course, we have two of these pictures, and one is about her name, Antonia, which she identifies with Yonah as stone, and the other one, which I will not talk about so much, is depicting her name as a flower, as Anteon, and Antos. And here she combines the Sephirotic tree and the virtues and wants to instruct herself by meditation to become her way of life as a way of salvation. What is really interesting in this meditative prayer is that we have a lot written on love and war around around the Sfirot, and there's a lot of instructions about blood and water, and she inserts issues about enemies surrounding her, which of course refers to the political situation after the 30 Years' War. And it's a combination of biblical verses, blood turning into water and water into blood in the middle column, that she has several descriptions. And on the lower part where the Shekhinah is, she writes the following, which actually refers to the altar part of the altar. Here she writes the Shekhinah, Felicita, on two marrying people who a priest brings together, which is actually referring to her soul marrying Christ, as shown on the outer part of the altar. So the ascent of the soul is marrying Christ, which is actually at the place of the Shekhinah, and it's the initiation of the ascent. And here in the outer place, we have all these women from the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament accompanying here. And on the first three are her, Antonia, and her sister, finally being crowned by Christ and actually marrying him. So the other is this one on the flower, which has all very nice inscriptions, but I was not able to decide for all of them yet. But I think this will be really an interesting task for the future, to show how private piety turned into public or a popular form of Arbor Vitae and Arbor Cabbalistica in combination. So this is the other one where she turns all these ideas into a construction plan for a church. So we can even say that a Kabbalistic tree turned into the fundamental basic of a church construction. And the questions we have to ask, and so our talk is rather questions than answers. How does this transition from the Arbor Vitae to Arbor Cabbalisticae function in the context of the religious or theological influence that she or Antonia has? How are they combined? And what implications for the teaching methods and for relationship between text and picture does it have? We showed a few small details, but I think you always have to consider the macrocosmic picture and the microcosmic, the details of the picture and how they work for your for the meditation. So we have meditative quality, of course, of both, and the salvific component is the subtitle of both of Vita, of Arbor Vitae and of Arbor Cabbalistica. And we have to ask if we observe influences, and this is, I think, a very interesting task, of the Christian Arbor Vitae and its combination with the Arbor Cabbalistica in later Jewish models. This might, if we find something like this, it might be really interesting as it bounces back to Christian circles. So yeah, this is the idea, the Finestra Caeli and the Arbor Vitae in Antonia, based on what Rego presented on the Arbor Vitae in 16th century Christian depictions. Thank you very much. No. Yeah, I see.
Thank you, Mrs. Sundry. Very fascinating. I have all kinds of questions. I'll limit myself to a couple. So One is about the architectural aspects in relation to the image of going into the garden and the meditative aspect. Because if I am guessing, and I want to hear more, that if it's put into a church, it has to have some kind of a talismanic aspect or something like that. I mean, what is the difference between building something in the shape of the Sephirotic tree and like imagining it? What would be the meaning for someone who is, or maybe it's also only for a meditative instructional aspect. I know, and I can't remember any details. There was a plan, and I learned it from Yossi Schwartz many years ago. There was a plan for building London after the fire in the shape of the Sephirotic tree.
Wow.
Yeah, it of course never,
Yeah.
to the best of my knowledge, never, who knows? But the question is, what is it to build something specifically in the shape of the Sephirot? Intuitively, it has more to do with the magical, theurgical, talismanic aspects than, but maybe I'm wrong. And the other question is about the difference between identifying a kind of a Shekhinah with the soul and, and the Lutheran soul marrying Christ and so on. And like in comparison with this idea of Mary as the Shekhinah mediator or whatever, does that coincide? Is there a tension between those two images?
So, thank you very much. I see. First of all, Antonia was a woman, and she was not her brother, and of course she was not rich. So she hardly got a dowry, and she never married. That's why she could dedicate her life to study.
To my embarrassment, I know very little.
Yeah.
We all share.
So this architectural plan, was never thought of being put through, I think. It was the picture that she managed to put, and then it rested 10 years in her private room, where she used it for meditation. And these depictions are personal instructions that her teacher wrote for her for daily meditation. So, I mean, Gerald, I don't know you know more, but I couldn't read anything that this architectural plan was actually thought to be put
Why
through.
do you think it's an architectural plan and not simply a projection of the tree onto a very typical schematic representation of a cathedral?
Yeah, that's what it. Mind cathedral, yeah. So it like Mary Carruthers said, it's exactly this is the medieval. I think it's a medieval technique of mnemonic device to recall like in an architectural structure.
Volume of visualization of knowledge that came from the Institute for Advanced Studies in Jerusalem on the cathedral shape as a diagrammatic.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's, yeah, you're right. Maybe I said it the wrong way. This is mnemonic device for meditation. So it is not considered to be manifested in Bataynach or wherever. And I don't think there's a tension with the theology of the cross and Mary as I have the thesis that the Protestants somehow tried to replace a female figure in their for after losing Mary, after becoming Protestant. So I think that Antonia really has the strong desire to have this female divine power integrated into it. So we have this depiction of a window into Garden of Eden, which usually in Catholic mysticism is done by Mary. But of course, the soul marrying Christ is I think in accordance with Luther's idea of the theology of the cross, because only through Christ you see the hidden God, and it's the only epistemological mediator for her also. But Saverio?
Well, about the picture, we don't need to speculate from the earlier stage of Christian Kabbalah.
Mhm.
Francesco Zogby was a
Yeah.
Christian Kabbalist, was also an architect, or at least he was, let's say, impinging on the work of architects. When he built a church in Monte di Juventus, small one, and then intervened in Jacopo Sansovino's plan for San Francisco della Vigna, his own church, so where he was the guardian, so he had the power to say something, and he presented a memorial, the text, because the Doge who was paying for the restoration, the renovation of the church, allowed him to write, or asked him to write down a memorial, a text, explaining why he was not happy with Sansovino, and one of the greatest architects of the Renaissance, and he was, no, the church, I don't like. He wanted the Kabbalistic church. So what does it mean? He explains, well, you just need to read the Timaeus of Plato, and you don't need to show the Sephirot. So the point is not depicting the Sephirot, but you need to build the church in a way that it will function like the tree of the Sephirot. So it means he was asking himself, what does a tree of Sephirot do?
Structure and proportion.
Yes, exactly. So the proportion of the church are very unusual, even today. Even after Palladio's reworking the facade, you still see a church which is very strange, because it is dominated by the proportion 3 times 9, which is not, perfect, is not Renaissance-like. It's just, he says, but look, this is exactly like Noah's Ark, which is the temple, which is the world, which is man. So, it's man. So it works like a machine to convey divine power by way of proportion.
Yeah.
So this is how a Kabbalistic church should look like.
This was, if I may say something on that, this was very common already in the Middle Ages when they were building cathedrals. For instance, the Cathedral of Florence was built according to the tradition, according to the plan of the temple, Solomon's temple. And the proportions are exactly those that Saverio was mentioning, 3 to 9 and this and that. And of course, the Sistine Chapel was built as a new Solomon's temple, and so on and so forth. So yeah, but in
The
the
novelty is the Kabbalah.
but the novelty is the Kabbalah, exactly. And in the 16th century, there was this tradition of making cities according to theological plans or something like that. According to the sun system, according to solar description. And for instance, in the Medici tradition, they built new cities according to astrological plans that take into account the sun and the planets and this and that, to catch down the influences from above. It was very common. Though the idea of the shade, of the shadow is very interesting, in my opinion. The shadow that trumps this.
Also because it's already nabulated.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's a very
it's,
common theme. It's
yeah.
a very common theme of the shadow.
Cross.
The shadow, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a very common theme in medieval Kabbalah, yes, of course, the shadow, but this is very, very interesting.
I think it's also interesting that kannst du mal kurz zu dem Nummer? Yeah, that I mean, above all is her name. And around Kette, she writes that she's surrounded by enemies. So by enemies.
That is from the that's in the Gikatila model. So it's, she may be resonating with it, but it's the text has a precedent in that.
And I mean that she's full of pain and that she's surrounded. I mean, because in all the other inscriptions, she always refers to this war situation, which is of course also her own situation after the 30 Years' War. And
They ran as a war situation on all families of Gikatilas in Ilanot.
Okay, have this. Very nice.
Maybe she's talking personal.
And I mean, it's also that the middle column through Tiferet is a mixture of blood and water. So it's fresh water and fresh blood.
Yes, There are
Mhm.
three families of Chikatilo. There is a lot. One of blood, one of wine, and one of water.
Ah, great. So this really also matches, of course, with the communion or with the Eucharist and the water and the blood. So it's very good to combine with the theological background of
Well, there's also on the cross.
yeah, in the yeah.
The cross. It's the problem of the cross, so the bleeding wound of Christ, which comes from where water and blood come. And this is also but
Yeah.
Eucharist is also there.
I think it's a combination of the cross with the Eucharist, which we already have in Luther's interpretation of the Psalms. So it's I think this is really fascinating, this picture that she manages to combine Lutheran ideas, which are of course saying that his own Kabbalah is the Vera Kabbalah, and all the Jewish speculations of the Tetragrammaton are worth nothing because they have no epistemological value. But she still keeps the Jewish instruction. She keeps it as one way, as parallel in the innermost part of the temple. So and of course she combines all around the scenes from the Hebrew Bible and from the New Testament. So yeah.
But there's also a strong Catholic bent, I would say, because Mary is very strong.
I mean, she doesn't depict it as Mary. That's that was my own idea that we might be.
The coronation, the idea of the coronation herself being crowned.
It's
related
to the
absolutely related to the very typical iconography of Christ crowning Mary.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so this is also, I think this is so fascinating in this altar picture that it's, of course, we always were talking about a teaching panel, but it was also about a learning panel for herself and for daily meditation. And it will really be worth to, I mean, also how this transmission works from her personal instructions to meditate to create a public monument for both laity and experts. Because also if somebody has no idea about what's going on and standing in front of this picture, you get a glimpse of a cosmological idea and the connection between the lower and the upper world. So although a lot has been written about this, and also the dissertation of Gruhl, of course, I think there's still more to this picture that we can extract from it.
Perhaps there is also a question that could be added to your catalog of questions concerning the particular attraction felt by the aristocracy for Kabbalah.
Yeah.
This has a sociological side to it. The Sulzbach court, Antonia, the fascination, later on, the fascination of German kings, for example, in the 18th century for Freemasonry. So there is something, I don't know if it's only about the secret, it's only about the Arcanum Imperii, the fact that it is very difficult to reach knowledge of Kabbalah, but you have this practice of meditation. I would say this is Antonia's version is like a deluxe
Kabbalah. So that's what I tried to define yesterday as a form of propaganda, political propaganda, using Kabbalah as a form of political propaganda. This is what the Medici were doing in the 16th century when they used Kabbalah. They used Kabbalah, they resorted, they drawn on Kabbalah just to impose their power as princes. And I was thinking when you was showing the two crucifixion, the crucifixion with the snake and the other crucifixion, I was thinking of Eleonora di Toledo's chapel in Florence, which was drawn after Giorgio Vasari's again idea and painted by Bronzino, and the subject concentrates on the snake in the desert. It's something related to Moses, of course, and it's a very interesting thing because it's again something that has been executed for a woman, Leonora di Toledo, for her secret private place of prayer. So, and some people, some scholars hold that there were also some sort of Protestant hints, which were very common in Florence in the mid-16th century, also in the aristocracy, only in the aristocracy. So this is also an interesting.
I mean, yeah, as Luz and I were discussing Sulzbach for our article, I think this is another way of a simultaneum that, of course, you allow Catholic or typical Catholic depictions and you combine it with Protestant ideas, and the glue seems to be Kabbalah. I mean, so the Jewish depiction of Kabbalah seems to be the glue, and it's the instrument or the medium, the intermedium function of Jewish Kabbalah for the confessional or the combination of the confessional differences. So this is what Niels and I were also trying to write in our introduction, that we have an instrumentalization of Jewish concepts in order to balance interconfessional disputes. And I think that Antonia might also serve as another example besides Sulzbach and others.
And
And
then, if
yeah.
I may,
Yeah,
something
sure.
that comes to my mind, but really for me this is fascinating, really fascinating what you said about Knittel and of course the Jesuit, the Jesuits meant of Kabbalah, because the German Jesuit meant of Kabbalah, because that was probably a Catholic response from a Jesuit side on the visualization of science and knowledge through Kabbalah. So the the Age and the other treatises written by the Jesuits between Germany and Rome, for instance, were like Kabbalistic descriptions of the secrets of science according to mnemotechnic devices, like rooms of memory, palaces of memory.
Yeah.
And Kabbalah was the encyclopedic device to put everything together, to assemble knowledge.
So it's the hyperstructure or superstructure.
I'm thinking of the construction of the Collegium Romanum in the 17th century, which was a series of rooms organized according to an encyclopedic knowledge, which was arranged according to Kabbalistic ideas. That was the plan. So it's again architecture and Kabbalah in a Catholic environment. So this is a political use of Kabbalah, because Kabbalah becomes a tool to fight against Protestant propaganda or non-Catholic ideas in the Counter-Reformation period. So it's very strong.
I mean, it's also the
And yeah, exactly. It's organized.
Like
Yeah.
Casper Schott has
Casper
a-
Schott.
has
Exactly.
chapter
Yeah. I was
about
thinking.
the book
I was
about
thinking of Casper
technology.
Schott technology. Yes.
Doesn't
Yeah, yeah.
really fit.
Yeah.
but
I was thinking exactly. of Casper Schott.
dominant.
I mean,
Tells you something about the way you conceptualize
Yeah.
the doctrine.
I mean that it's also interesting that the priest is in the middle of the picture. I mean, the high priest, but we might also ask if it goes from Antonia down to her to her initials up on the other crown, and as in the out and around Jesus on the rock, we have all the faces of the House of Württemberg, of the aristocrats, and also the women outside have faces of the House of Württemberg. So it is really an insertion of political power and of aristocracy in this depiction. Of course, it was also common use to do this, but still they made use of these faces. And of course, there is some debate if it's really these faces recently. But I think this is also another method of establishing political power through lay theology and making public these and have access to these depictions. And of course, this is something we hopefully will be able to do, to read the dedications within all these Kabbalistic treatises printed by Christians and see how the political power is involved, not only as a financial basis, but also as a tool for, yeah, maybe really harmonizing interconfessional disputes.
I don't think everybody here has seen the book or knows as much about this as you think. I wonder if we have time for just a moment. I'll even give you a pointer. Could you show us how the larger image is a Kabbalistic
Okay,
diagram of
yeah.
sorts? You sort of assume that.
I know, yeah, I thought that everybody knows, sorry.
Yes.
Nee, du brauchst
Completely
das
left
Gesamt, nee, das ist die Lehrtafel.
The print doesn't work terribly well on the screen, I think, but maybe it's better. It's not big.
Nee, yeah. I mean, that's,
Wenn wir das uns so mal angucken, oder?
I can also see there. I think, I thought you all know. Was hast du jetzt gemacht?
Okay, so. Possiamo condividere di nuovo?
I hope I still remember all the parts.
Ah, no. Ah, scusa.
Nee, wir haben es hinbewegt.
Ja, ich dachte, ich kann das hier so anzeigen.
If it's too much trouble, I didn't.
No, I mean, it's just that Jesus on the rock, on the water, on the spring, on the brecha, is at the place of Shekhinah. Then you have the woman from Revelations, the pregnant woman, Revelations 21 on the moon. She's Yesod. Yeah, so it's Yesod. And then, of course, here you have Tiferet, which is Mary. And here it's a little bit moved up, of course, and then you have Chochmah Binah, Keter is here, and then you have Gvura Gdula. So here is the two. I mean, it's a little bit compromised in the upper part. So it's all female pictures, so it's Keter. I mean, there are books on all the details. Chochmah Binah, Gdula Gvura, Tiferet, Mary, and then of course you have Chikatilas, Ani, Ata. Here's Jesus on the brecha of Chikatila. I mean, Chikatila is the matrix for all this. And here is the pregnant woman. And it's interesting, I mean, of this innermost circle where all the I mean, it means it's not a part of a usual Ilan we know, but it's actually the center of the picture and it catches your attention. And Antonia is standing here in a green, which is very unusual for aristocratic uses in the entrance of the garden. She's holding her heart in her hand. And then it's, of course, the meditation goes up through the middle column to Keter. And above Keter, we have here, here is God Father with the goblet. And here you have Moses at the burning bush. And here above is the Kette, above her initials. And there you have the pentagram of Reuchlin engraved. I'm sorry, I thought everybody's familiar with it. And it is interesting that all these faces of course, representing the 12 tribes, and every nobleman has attributed certain animals and certain plants, which of course had a very strong symbolic meaning during that time. And here you have the Ani, and standing in the middle of the water, of course, the water of life, the fountain of life. And then you have all kinds of depictions from the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament. And of course, you also have the prophets, and you have the Gospels, the writers of the Gospels, and you can identify each according to the instruments that are attributed to the different people here. And then, of course, you have the apocalyptic fight in heavens. You have burning Jerusalem. Here is burning Jerusalem. You have the camps. It's a whole story of putting together scenes from the Testaments. and you can meditate and find your way up to. And it's interesting. I mean, here you have the triangle, and with the tetragrammaton, she has the tetragrammaton, of course, in it. And also here you have depictions of all kind of biblical scenes. And of course, the pelican, and yeah, I mean, we could do a whole session only on this. Huh?
And Wimmel's did.
Yeah, yeah, that's what you give children to watch for. And so this, yeah, but the center is really Shechina, Yesod, Tiferet, Keter, and then the usual structure. And we also have the plans according to which it was constructed, and there you can see it with all the numbers and the depictions. Sorry, I could have done more on this. I thought most of us are familiar.
This, unlike some of the images, examples shared by Fabrizio yesterday, for this, there's no need to speculate. These associations were preserved in the plans.
Because she learned Hebrew. She also wrote poems in Hebrew. And it's interesting that, of course, there are acronyms. And she also ordered a poem according to the Sephirotic system. And she has all the divine names in it. So, and it was really extraordinary for a woman outside of not being a university professor's daughter to learn Hebrew. And she dedicated, a lot of time to studying. And of course, she was also in correspondence with Johann Valentin Andrea, with the bridal mysticism. She knows a lot. And her two teachers were Johannes Schmidlin and Johannes Schmidlin and the other one. Sorry, I wrote this article many years ago. She had two teachers that we have some of the instructions her teacher gave her also in the archive in Stuttgart. And if you ever come to the Black Forest, it's really worth going to the church. It's still there, the altar, and then when it's closed, you have the bridal procession. And then when you open it on the right and the left side, you have on the one side Moses in his basket being depicted by the princess. And the princess, of course, is having the face of Antonia. And on the other side, you have the flight to Egypt with Mary and Joseph, and little Jesus also has the face of Antonia. So, yeah, well, this is hybris in 17th century, but it's I mean, it's the identification and also this idea of
How large is the altar piece?
I think it's 3 meters something. Niels, you're looking for how it's 3 meters. It is.
What we're seeing here, is that actual size or smaller?
No.
It's smaller, it's bigger.
It's bigger.
This
It's
is
bigger.
The original is larger than the image on the screen.
Yeah, it's about 3 meters and 2.5 meters wide. And it's closed. Und kannst du noch zu dem Bauzug noch mal gehen?
Yeah.
And it's yeah, and this is when it's closed. And here you have the notes for the singing of the angels. You have all the instruments, and this is Antonia and her two sisters. And then you have, I mean, this is Eve, and you can almost all women have been identified. It's larger, it goes down even. I mean, I have a talk just on Antonia, just about this, but it's and here she has a collapse with her initials, and then of course she's being crowned by Christ, and the crown of thrones is laying at her feet, and there are many really interesting details in these pictures. So I didn't want to present the old research, I wanted to present the new ideas I recently had about an overall structure of this picture. But I think I once gave you the book of Fritz with all and now the book of Matthias with an art historian together. It's really interesting what they discovered recently. But of course, the Fenestra Caelis is my idea. Okay, so I think it's time for a break.
You go there, you're not ready to on the church, then you're ready to altar, or you can.
No, but
Lazy?
Can you hear me?
ניסית, שומע אותי?
כן, אני שומע אותך אורי.
גם רואה אותי?
אני לא רואה אותך אורי.
רוצים לראות אותו?
לא, לא צריך לראות. בסדר.
אני רואה אותך אורי.
אתה רואה אותי?
אני רואה אותך אורי.
I want to, is somebody missing? First of all, hi. Before we start, what is one thing we discussed? We think, unfortunately, that Chiara will not be able to make it this afternoon. So we can either stop earlier and then you have 4 hours break, or this is the alternative, Gal will give his lecture today and we start later tomorrow morning. We only start at 10. So if Gal will speak today, then Eliezer could also listen to his talk, if you, or what is your opinion about this idea? So
We're
shall
opposed to it.
shall we have a coffee break today?
And
or
also because my talk will be 15.
She just
It will be not
told me that my
20.
talk will be very short. So what do you want? Shall we shorten today or shall we?
Maybe it's important so Eliezer can listen to God. Even if he doesn't, we can.
Okay, so can I just sorry, what do you say?
That would mean that we stand later tomorrow.
Yeah, so because you also need to check out before coming here tomorrow. So the plan is that Asi will talk until 1:45. Then we have an hour break. Then we go on at 2 with Eliezer and Uri until 3:30. Then we have the coffee break, and then you have a very short.
But it's
stuff.
not, but it's 20 minutes. I don't
Yeah,
know.
so, and then we will, and then at about after Flavia, Gal will talk, and then I think we're done at 4:30 or 4:45, something like this. And tomorrow we meet at 10, and then tomorrow we have Gerold and Niels, and then we have more time also for discussion for tomorrow. And we have the coffee break also tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning we have a coffee break between Gerold and Niels, and then we have our final discussion, and then we have lunch.
The coffee break is very important. We are making
We don't want any food to get wasted.
We need to take okay.
I don't know.
Coffee break presentation.
Yeah, you can talk. So now, Jean-Pierre just wanted to add something to our architectonic considerations.
Thank you, Elke. Just to draw attention to a collection of British drawings that were actually published years ago by a certain Joel Wilcott. And those drawings belonging to an aristocratic circle, again, of people that call themselves were Freemasons, and call them Rosicrucians and all that. Somewhat later from what we discussed, the late 17th, early 18th century, but a whole collection of drawings mingling Sephirotic symbolism and architectural design and speculations about numbers and proportions and imaginary plans of buildings that were never actually realized. But it's a whole collection that has been published that I think deserves further analysis than Joe Wilcox has given them. All about architectural symbolism, Kabbalistic symbolism, numbers, proportions, and all that. So that's you.
Wilcox.
Joe Wilcox, yeah.
Joy.
Where's the original? Where's the collection?
In England.
In England?
In England, I can't remember exactly where, but it's close to London anyway. Okay, so there, thanks. I'll get-
Okay.
Thank you.
What was the bottom line?
Should I put the PowerPoint or you?
Yeah, so tomorrow it's
It's all about you. You saw it in
No, please, it is our specific pleasure to have Asi here with a new mattress. Very nice. And Asi, after publishing his great book on Loranic Kabbalah, which I deeply recommend to all of you to read and have it translated into English, maybe might be good for our students.
I'll try this afternoon.
Yeah. Asi will talk about the Loranic elements in Loranic Ilanot, and we're happy to listen to you.
So, thanks, Elke. And of course, thanks to all the organizers. This is really a fabulous, already a fabulous workshop. And I can tell you how necessary this fresh breath of different air and different thinking is for, and Yossi talked about it yesterday, for all of us coming from, well, I would say in light of the situation in Israel, but it's in darkness of the situation of Israel. So thank you also for that, and recent anxieties from yesterday and so on and so forth. And I also want to thank Yossi at the beginning of this talk. He mentioned that 10 or 15 years ago, this workshop would have seemed very different. And I think that Yossi and Eliezer and Uri, and actually everyone in this room really revolutionized the field in the last decade or so. And in this sense, I'm sort of a guest here because I'm not a scholar of visual culture or of Ilanot. And my talk will be, to a large extent, kind of a conversation with Yossi's book and his dabblings with Lurianic Kabbalah, and let's see where it gets us. So I don't need to tell you that the significance of Lurianic Kabbalah to the history of the Ilanot phenomenon cannot be exaggerated. Lurianic Ilanot are a watershed line for the history of this phenomenon, and as Yossi writes, the Lurianic Ilanot, especially those of Rabbi Yaakov Tzemach and Rabbi Meir Poppers, his student, were, and I'm quoting, were responsible for rebooting the genre, giving it new life and greater utility than ever before. But from the perspective of Lurianic scholarship, the focus on Ilanot is significant in many different ways, which are not always highlighted. And I want to mention, before I go into the absences, just a couple. Firstly, that it stresses the necessity to view the Lurianic project as a continuous project, a multi-generational, accumulative, and collaborative one, rather than merely the Kabbalah of one Isaac Luria. The notion prioritizing categorically an authentic vantage point by the visionary Luria, and there's, as you can sense, parentheses marks, goosefeet, quotation marks, goosefeet, right? An authentic vantage point by the visionary Luria, who does not need maps for the divine since he lives there, is still rather pervasive in the scholarship, either explicitly or implicitly. But I think the richness and the variety of the Lurianic Ilanot highlight to what extent, to understand Lurianic Kabbalah, one has to take into account the molding of this corpus during at least 3-4 generations, and actually much more than that, but at least 3-4 generations of formative conceptualizers of this lore. It is particularly challenging for readers like me, who focus on Rabbi Chaim Vital, Luria's main student and his partner in crime during Luria's life and after them, in formulating this Kabbalah and turning it into a literature. The Ilanot perspective forces us to rethink Vital in light of the different trends of conceptualization found in these diagrams. This is especially evident in the brilliant, I think, distinction made in Yossi's book and in Eliezer and Uri's work between Tzemach and Popper's Lurianic Ilanot, to which I shall return in a moment, and about which I'm sure we'll hear much more erudite comments than mine in the next session. But for the moment, and from the perspective of Lurianic studies, these Ilanot open the way to new understandings of the reception history of Lurianic Kabbalah, which often diverge from our common lines of partition. I mean, offer new perspectives which we wouldn't have seen unless we focus on the Ilanot. But today, as Elke mentioned, as the paper's title reveals, I wish to attempt a different perspective to the examination of Lurianic Ilanot by asking what isn't in these Ilanot. More accurately, what we might have expected to see in the Lurianic diagrams, but is missing from them. I'm taking the liberty in this learned company to assume that learning from silences does not in itself require a justification. Just as clear, though, is the minefield one enters when trying to draw conclusions from silences. But I also believe, generally speaking, in this workshop, that the question what our authors chose not to illustrate, what they chose not to visualize, is a fascinating one and just as important. So in the spirit of a workshop, I can offer here not much more than a case study and a mere question, perhaps a bit of context and some very, very initial directions for an explanation or even less than that. And naturally, following my own research that Elke mentioned generously, my point of departure is the centrality of the body discourse in this Kabbalah, in Lurianic Kabbalah, and the place of medical knowledge, more specifically, in the formation of critical aspects in Vital's shaping of this corpus and its meaning. But in order to discuss absence, let us speak very briefly for a moment about presence. The Lurianic diagrams, and here once again I follow Yossi, powerfully express what I view as the quintessential Lurianic ethos. The fantasy is the scientific fantasy of attaining a complete picture of the worlds, guided first and foremost by punctual, detailed accuracy. Baroque, with or without the quotation marks, over-detailed descriptions are one of the defining features, Gesundheit, of this Kabbalah, seen famously by Sholem and his school as an almost neglectable, embarrassing feature, threatening to veil the true mythical essence of the Lurianic story of the world. But gaining this synoptic, and I would add total view of reality of existence, is rather the heart of this Kabbalah, much more than any other previous Kabbalah, and it is not a technicality, but an essential aspect. It has to do with the need to hold in one's mind all relevant details as a precondition for effective action. And action is what matters to these Kabbalists most. So there are, of course, different strategies within the Lurianic tradition for attaining this detailed precision. For instance, the difference between a fundamental structural clarity, that is finding the most apt visual description for the vital structures, right? And this is characteristic, of course, of Rabbi Yaakov Tzemach's Ilanot, here on the left, right there. Again, perspective of the body, right? I'm not sure. And the presentation of as many details as possible, the rich trajectory, more characteristic of the Popper's Ilanot. Lurianic Kabbalah's emphasis, interest, and tendency is on what we may call physics. And I'm using it half loosely, half accurately. I'm not sure myself. Physics rather than metaphysics, that is preferencing, at least in this stage of Lurianic thought, and it's more complex, what there is and how it works, to the question of the fundamental underlying principles of existence. I'll contradict myself in a second. This is admittedly a bit of a caricature, as I said, and we can discuss it further in the Q&A, but it is very evident, I believe, in the comparison to the Cordoverian thought, which is very, very metaphysical in its tendency, again, according to these definitions. And also, and here once again, I'm following Yossi's lead, it goes hand in hand with parallel developments in Europe in what will later be dubbed the scientific revolution, And I'm thinking of that specifically through Amos Funkenstein and his characterization of this phenomenon, which is important for me, that highlighted how theological considerations, particularly God's omnipresence in his study, and I'm quoting, could no longer be given, right, it's here, could no longer be given a symbolic or metaphorical meaning. And so the problem was compounded by the new commitment of the 17th century to a view of nature as thoroughly homogeneous and therefore non-hierarchical. God's omnipresence became an almost physical problem for some. Never before nor after were theological and physical arguments so intimately fused together as in that century. Now, once again, the differences are very significant and anachronism lurks, but as I've claimed elsewhere, and Yossi has shown from a very different perspective in the context of his diagrammatic phase, new attitudes and expectations regarding knowledge, characteristic of the new natural philosophy, are discernible in Lurianic Kabbalah. Of course, we can debate it. Perhaps the most important early modern scientific element for the sake of our discussion is, as I think I mentioned already, the action-oriented character of knowledge, which in Funkenstein's terminology concerns the distinction between knowledge of structure and the new ideal of knowledge by doing or knowledge by construction. But it is here exactly via practice that we may return to what is absent from Lurianic Ilanot. Now, in his book, Yossi opens his discussion of the Lurianic Ilanot with the Lurianic notion of tikkun, that is, through the question of effective action, and with your permission, I'll quote a little. The Lurianic notion of tikkun could allow a simple good deed to send a rectifying ripple up the great chain of being, but for real impact, the act had to be accomplished by someone expert in the workings of this grand, ever-developing cosmos. Such expertise was born of prolonged, intensive study and practice. To acquire a knowledge of the dynamic structure and of how to operate in a manner optimized to effect it, visualization was indispensable. Much could be drawn in the mind's eye. Realistically, however, the demands made upon it were enormous, a vast moving topography of the divine, signposted with a dizzying array of technical terms and layered symbolic systems. Of course, I couldn't agree more. The Lurianic students, Yossi continues, saw visualizations via Lurianic diagrams, essential pedagogical and performative tools, that which action necessitates. But if so, is the actual content of the Lurianic Ilanot, generally speaking, congruent with what Lurianic Kabbalah itself views as the heart of its performative knowledge? Differently put, to what extent do the Lurianic Ilanot contain key elements in the world of Lurianic practice? Consider Vital himself. And his basic diagram, his modest epistemic image, once again, a quote, as Yossi puts it, the Igulim, and I would add, and a bit of Yosher, right? It's Igulim and Yosher, but you can see what's the center here, right? Diagram. So Yossi too asks the question that naturally arises, why focus on Igulim? Vitali says, was the first to admit that Lurianic Kabbalah had little to say about the Igulim and concerned itself chiefly with the Yosher, right? That's Adam Kadmon. And the subsequent Parzufim, the divine countenances. Only circles for Vital, no trees, and no Parzufim in his diagram. So I add, why then doesn't Vital devote any illustration to that which stands at the heart of his performative aspects, right, in his Kabbalah? Moreover, in what sense should we view this visualization as an indispensable tool for dynamic operation for optimized effect? It seems to me that Vital chooses to visualize by a diagram of all possibilities only the most metaphysical aspect, right? This is the moment that I can contradict myself. Only the most metaphysical aspect, more or less, of the Lurianic cosmology. Metaphysical in the strict sense of a moment that illustrates an overarching principle that the Lurianic Kabbalah is very much invested in in its more theoretical hakdamot, right? Namely, havayat hakli, right, which we can translate to the essence of the vessel, but maybe more accurately to the coming into being of the vessel aspect. Story for the non-elegance of it. And more importantly, a principle that has to do for Luria and Vital, and indeed other disciples, with the roots of din, harsh judgment, the roots, if you will, of all structural instability. So that's very important for a machine that you need to work with, right? Even so, should we deduce from this choice something about priorities? And what's more important, about what's more important for Vital? There's a long debate in Lurianic scholarship about what is the kernel of this Kabbalah's interest and significance. First and foremost, of course, in its own self-understanding. The first generation of scholars, Sholem, Tishbi, and others, famously saw the Lurianic theogonic story and the Lurianic theoretical explanations of the beginning as its heart. While current scholarship, myself included, tends to put the stress on the performative, embodied aspect. Should we see Vital's decision as an indication? I'm not sure at all. Let us then turn to the two central trajectories developing the Lurianic visualizations of knowledge, Tzemach and Poppers. Of course, not, God forbid, to exclude Moses Akuto, and I'll mention him in a word in a moment. And we'll start with Tzemach. So there's, of course, much to say about Tzemach, who, as Yossi states, restored the arboreal aspect missing from Vital to Lurianic Kabbalah, right? This Portuguese converso physician, and not just a physician, an academically trained physician, who never met Vital, let alone Luria, but became a key figure in the history of the bibliographical formation of their Kabbalah, in its redaction, and was, to quote Yossi once again, responsible for the renaissance of the Ilan in its Lurianic form. It is truly quite amazing how little scholarly attention this persona received so far. So, of course, I cannot go into details, but Tzemach's Ilan is centered on, I would say, two aspects relevant for my talk. First is it is very structural in its emphasis, emphasizing the fractal, reiterative dimension of this doctrine, and that's interesting in itself. But the other, that I'm sure Eliezer and Uri will elaborate momentarily more about, is the concept of hitlabshut. Yossi also mentioned it yesterday, right? Garmentalization, enrobement in clothing, whatever you want to call it, which is a central way in Lurianic Kabbalah, with, of course, considerable early roots, to conceptualize emanation as a process of revelation through concealment, by which the lower sections of higher elements in the divine bodies become concealed in the higher sections of lower elements, which are their clothing. Tzemach undoubtedly presents this principle graphically in an impressive and very sophisticated way. Yet, Tzemach's Ilanot also serve to show the practical aspects absent from the Lurianic visualizations. First, Tzemach is a great believer in the power of images and in the power of charts, as he himself testifies when he speaks in the opening of his Tiferet Adam. I'll quote more from that later, when he speaks of it quite admirably about the charts and circles of the Jetal books, with all the ambiguity accompanied to their appraisal. One would expect a variety of charts to be produced by him. Now, Yossi mentions a series of charts Tzemach made that we do not possess, devoted to degrees of Ruach HaKodesh, others devoted to kavanot, prayer intentions that Eliezer just revealed and concealed, that some of them have been found. Right, the kavanot being, of course, the true heart of Kabbalistic, Lurianic Kabbalah's action, or tikkun activity. So the question already arises, why are they so few, right? If indeed Ilanot are not about pedagogy rather than practice, and distinctions between study and practice, pedagogy and performance are difficult to maintain in this instance, right? I'm quoting. Why aren't Lurianic Kabbalists such as Tzemach, with such an orientation towards visualization, providing the Lurianic practitioners with these tools apparently available in the toolkit more often? To be clear, the Lurianic practitioner is demanded to hold in his head an incredibly complex set of details and alignments in order to successfully manipulate the higher realms. The enrobement diagram is certainly not close to being sufficient for this purpose. The Tzemach Ilan chooses a synoptical, structural clarity rather than detailed complexity. And there's something else. Tzemach's choice of Ilan actually took out of the Partsufim system one of its most central, I dare say, foundational elements, the human body. In his Ilan, one sees almost no reference to the most basic meaning of Partsuf, right? Countenance, in the Lurianic Kabbalah, namely that the Partsuf, unlike the single Sphira, is a complete supernal body. And I apologize, no translation in the PowerPoint, but I will read it in English. Now it has been elaborated how all of the worlds in their entirety are one human countenance in essence and vessels and garments, but each world in itself, in particular, includes all of these aspects. For in the Atzilut, there is Naran Chai and the organs of a body called vessels, etc., etc. Body in the most human sense, anatomical sense, described as you will be able to see if you continue reading, using the vocabulary of anatomy and physiology. My claim regarding Lurianic Kabbalah, which as I mentioned, developed elsewhere, is that the anatomic physiological elements in this Kabbalah are not merely terminological, certainly not anecdotal. Vital was a practicing physician throughout most of his life, as evidenced by his eclectic recipe book, and medicine was one of the key models for the practical approach of Lurianic Kabbalah to the mending of the supernal structures, right? The Partsufim. Here, for instance, and you can read it, in a very important discussion of the pulse, which I can't, of course, go into the practical implications of which at the moment, the enrobing, right, Yachasei Itlabshut, the enrobing relations we just mentioned are given a physiological interpretation consistently found in the writings. Physiology is there in the essence of some of the core elements of Lurianic theory, and especially in those most critical for action. For example, the process of sorting the holy sparks, berur nitzotzot hakdusha, which is understood a lot of times in terms of the blood concoction progress and digestion. The zivugim, right, divine sexuality, and especially the masculine and feminine fluids. And the Lurianic embryology, of course, with the process of ibur, yenika, and mochin. None of these are found in Tzemach's Ilan, I think. I'm of course not saying anthropomorphism and the body are completely absent from the Lurianic Ilanot. Even aside from the basic assumption that we heard about yesterday and I will return, that the body is always assumed there to some extent, right? But beyond that, even in Tzemach, the garon, throat, is certainly mentioned. And the body will return immediately in Zakuto, incorporating Tzemach's Ilan, and especially with Meir Popper's Tzemach students, Ilanot. Specifically in Zakuto's Ilan, there is already a much greater preoccupation with the anatomical, and it is explicitly connected with the enrobement description, right? Like mentions of mochin, the size of the feminine countenance, yesod, the sources of chasadim and gvurot, which in Lurianic is simply male and female seed, and other elements relevant to the divine copulation, which is perhaps the central mechanism of the practitioner's activation of this physiological machine in which the Kabbalist must ensure daily, sometimes hourly, the divine impregnation, growth, and nourishment. In the Popper's Ilanot, when the figure of Adam Kadmon, the primordial man, right, which is the most initial revelation of the divine light in a form already in the human form, in the anatomical human form, becomes center stage, there is a significant enrichment of the anatomical terminology and degree of detail, even though mostly in the prism of this initial revelation, and details such as the poles that I mentioned still won't appear despite being much more central for actual practice of kavanot. At a certain moment in his book, Yossi wonders about Tzemach's absence of the body and its return with Poppers. And I quote, "As much as Adam Kadmon and the Partsufin persona seem prima facie to demand anthropomorphic representation, it was Poppers rather than the ex-converso Tzemach, perhaps, overcompensating for his Christian past, who was the first to have the audacity to use it. But is this really audacity? I'm a bit doubtful about that. If you compare it with the anthropomorphic descriptions of Vital himself, which I also think we should not see as daring, at least not in the conventional notion of daring ideas. If anything, we may ask, how come we do not have an anatomical Ilan, or an Ilan with the different modes of Zeir and Nukba's modes of copulation, right? Here you have two very classic but very, very different depictions of the human body. Probably, as I learned just last night, the few Jewish anatomical descriptions are much more closer to, well, you can guess, right? Here, to Ibn Elias' famous full figure anatomical depictions. So the different ideas for Ilanot, right? The different modes of Zeir and Nukba's modes of copulation, or an embryological Ilan. Why not? It's so central. Again, Ibn Elias and the other guy. These would all highly benefit the practitioner, right? And if the early modern Kabbalists need further ideas, I have a few. So why are these absent? I'm drawing to the conclusion. I have no idea how much time do I have, but it's about to end. So why are these absent? Why wasn't the physiological medical strata of Luriani Kabbalah diagrammatized? I hope this is English, at least to the same extent. Was it the fear of embodying visually God, Hagshama, right, as a difference? Perhaps, but I don't think that was the significant consideration here, and we can talk about that in the QA. I have some reasons also why. So did Tzemach omit the body overcompensating for his Christian past, as Yossi speculated? Perhaps. Or perhaps, as Eliezer suggested to me, Tzemach did very much introduce the body, since enrobement is nothing else than stressing the bodily nature of all structures, right? If someone has clothes, then there's someone there. But then I ask, why refrain from introducing to the diagram the inner parts of this body, those that practically matter? We must remember that the word body is never enough. The subsequent question is always, in the spirit of Kaolin Bynum, what body? Right? The body is never one. And I'm thinking also of what we heard yesterday about organ descriptions of God as three men and so on. I mean, nothing anatomical, physiological, and still very much bodily, right? I'm talking about the specific conceptualization of the body critical to the Luriani Kabbalah. So let me now put on the table a very simple consideration for our discussion. It is no coincidence, I think, that for Tzemach here, right, and this is with Yossi's translation, the reference is to astronomers and philosophers. That's the context of the conversation, the context of the visual conversation, the reference point. I would even say that the conversation with this diagrammatic tradition is an overt one. As we all know, it is as polemic as it is shared. Notably, Tzemach was an academically trained physician prior to his return to Judaism, as I said. It is probable that he had access to new modes of medical illustrations, especially those of Vesalius. And there is no sign, as much as I know, and I didn't go over all the writings, but that's my impression, that he saw this as relevant in any way to his graphic efforts. What to make of it, I'm not sure, and I can only speculate. For example, that maybe he felt uncomfortable with Vital's amateur physiology as a serious physician, but I'm actually not sure that's a good explanation. But really, I don't know. But it is also no coincidence that the visual language Vital uses has parallels, not in content, but in form, in his astronomical treatise, Sefer HaTchuna. Whereas in Sefer HaPeulot, Vital's medical, magical, chemical collection of recipes, there isn't even one medical diagram. Diagrams are generally very scarce and rudimentary, most magical, a few chemical instruments, by the way. That's the one thing you do have in medical manuscripts in Hebrew, instruments. Right, and the mouth that you see here in this picture, in this screenshot, is part of a magical recipe for toothaches that has nothing to do with classical depictions of the mouth in manuscripts, right? You can see how different they are. Moreover, at least to the best of my understanding, the scarcity of diagrams is a characteristic of both the Islamic and the classical Jewish medical traditions. Doesn't mean that they don't have them, and when they do, it's closer to the tradition that I just showed, but mostly instruments, anatomy much, much less. And again, this is something I personally need to go much, much deeper into, but generally speaking, much less. Okay, so the Ibn Elias famous full figure drawings we saw earlier are the Persian, rather late 15th century exception. Again, Shvile Emunah, for instance, one of the important medical treatises that was very influential on Vital, has nothing, not one diagram. Nevertheless, and although most of the examples I looked at of Poppersian Popper's Ilanot are from the European space, I'm tempted to see some shared epistemological and aesthetic characteristics between the Farsi full figures of Ibn Elias and later Itaki, Shamsuddin Itaki in the Ottoman context, especially the highly schematic nature where no attempt is made to delineate any anatomical features, rather the human figure serves as a platform for text. So to conclude, this would mean that the entrance of the anatomical physiological terminology and attitude in the Popper's Ilanot is not the outcome of a shift to a physiological Ilan, an Ilan whose rationale is the medical discourse. It is rather an introduction of these elements into the cosmological, metaphysical Ilanot, indicating more than anything else the dominance of this visualization convention, right? It's I would say even its affirmation, right, as a determining factor in what one chooses to visualize diagrammatically. A question of cultural repertoire, perhaps. That doesn't mean, of course, that the introduction of this descriptive array doesn't affect the Ilanot, especially as the basic anatomic understanding of Ilan was always underlying it, but it serves to explain its limited nature. The conversation remains with philosophers and astronomers. And if I have a moment more? Okay. So let me just add a little coda to this paper. And I'll do it with my favorite Lurianic Ilan, the one that I chose as a cover for my book on Lurianic Kabbalah as a medical discourse titled God as a Patient. And you can see God is suffering here. So Lurianic Kabbalah is an important visual aspect, a very, very important visual aspect. Visualization is not outside of its thinking, right? That's why I brought this wonderful passage, right, showing to what extent Luria is the physician who utilizes what I would call, not according to this passage exactly, a clinical gaze, right? a gaze critical to the process of tikkun, of healing the supernal bodies. So I think this clinical gaze is the moment of seeing a body objectified and yet completely embodied, right? And you see how distinct this diagram is compared to all the others, right? The moment that in this so unique diagram where for the first time the embodied really took the lead in this Ilanot, but as it happened here, it I think testifies to all the rest of them. Oh, so I'll stop here and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so very much. I'm sure there will be questions and comments. I assume so.
Eliezer?
Loudly, I can. If you can go to the tzemach yad.
I can try. Oh, can you allow me? Okay.
One more point that I think that we will talk about it in the next workshop with Uri and Yossi is about movement. That's something that you don't talk about it. Here I can think that the body is body and movement.
Mm-hmm.
See is yes, and then every time thing here is and this is a thing that the body is something else. Then I think that it's a very important thing about this diagram. In what you think talk about it.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. And the dynamic aspect, the movement aspect that you speak about is very, I didn't relate to it, but it's obviously very, very important. I'm specifically speaking of the absence of the anatomical, physiological aspect in it.
No, because
I'm not saying it's not bodily.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but
I'm saying what body.
no, but yes, body in movement is a specific type of body. It's very different between the classic Ilanot or the Kuto Ilanot. The Kuto is, and maybe we should talk about what movement is presented in this situation. But I think that something that move is a body, and not something that is static could be body, could be not body, could be something, could be mass.
Yeah.
But that's all.
Yeah. Not for a moment claiming this isn't a body. I'm just asking what kind of body. And again, celestial bodies move too. There's all kinds of bodies, right? The body is a key figure here, a key term here in a much broader sense. If we had time, we could discuss.
Can you say a word on the relationship between the intellectual and the bodily movement? Because I mean, it's difficult for me to understand that it's only a bodily movement. It has to include an intellectual movement also. Then how is this? How is the relationship visualized between the two? Or is it necessary to visualize it?
Well, I can testify to, outside of the Ilanot, let's talk about Lurianic Kabbalah in general, right? There is a complete continuity to my understanding between, and this, medical tradition, between the intellectual faculties and their descriptions and the dynamics of the working body, right? There isn't a distinction where the intellectual is spoken in one discipline and the bodily is spoken in another. That's, by the way, a medieval discussion. created great controversies. And, you know, the whole spiritual, physiological connection points and so on and so on and so forth. To the best of my understanding, this same continuity is reflected in the Ilanot. There's nothing, and again, here I'm sure my friends will have more to say because I'm not an expert enough, but to the degree that I can see in the Ilanot, this basic continuity, also unhierarchical, is preserved. I hope I understood the question.
Because I just, if I can add one
The
sentence.
mochin, for example, the mochin, the intellectual aspect, which is of course understood in a way both conceptual and all the time there's a play there in Lurianic Kabbalah between the conceptual and the material, right? Mochin are drawn down. It has to do with white matter and so on, right? And the question of enrobing, how classical medical question, right? How does the thought become sperm, right? And so on and so forth.
And because I think it's in the Christian perception, I mean, Aisha, for example, is the human soul that enters the system that moves it.
Yeah.
So the ascent of the soul is actually giving the movement to the visualized structure.
So that's fascinating. I don't know to say anything about the way it's reflected in the Ilanot. Maybe Yossi and Eliezer could contribute to that. But in the writings themselves, the question of the moment of the pneuma, for example, the theory of the heart, right? And the when exactly is it enrobed in the blood and so on, that's completely mentioned with all the different, by the way, views in medieval
these
times.
are much more complex than the Christian depiction. I think that they're much easier. It's more for lay people to deal with it.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm glad everybody is. So first of all, thank you, and it's you know, also wonderful to be closely read and engaged as you have, and that's a real honor because you know how much I love your work and respect you and so forth. So first, thank you for that. And I probably can't get through all of the things that came to mind from your presentation, which is very rich also in what it didn't say. But apropos, but I would, want to focus on a couple of main thoughts. And one is that I think this is just the first shot in this. I agree with you completely. Asking what's not in the Lurianic Ilanot is pretty much as important as asking what is in the Lurianic Ilanot. And so for bringing that question to the fore, you've done a great service. But I also think that your answer is the first inch of an answer. It's the first, provisional inch of an answer, and without meaning anything bad by it, strongly indicates, I wouldn't say projection on your part, but it certainly is a wonderful example of how the viewer brings their agenda to their encounter with the material. And so what, if I say, when I hear you, if I hear a question like, what would a practitioner of Lurianic Kabbalah, if we can make such a, let's pretend there's a thing like that, okay, as a one thing, Lurianic.
No.
Let's say, what would a Lurianic practitioner really, what would he really need from a graphical image, from an Ilan? What would be supportive, helpful, practical? And now I'm not sure that something physiological along the lines of Leonardo or Ibn Alami, what's his name?
Elias.
Ibn Elias. What is that really? Is that really what's missing? That we expected to be there? The poor Kabbalistic practitioner is like, where's the fetus? I don't know, but I think it's really important to ask, and I think Uri will have a lot to say about this too, as someone who specializes in Kabbalah. What would a practitioner have wanted from from the Ilan. So this, all of that just to say, this is a huge question. And I think that, you know, the book had to be published before I was finished learning everything I did, you know. And one of the things that I think still holds a lot of potential for even answering this question properly, raising it properly, is a better understanding of the Popper's Ilan. I think it's still like we understand better Zakut and Tzemach. I don't think that we're yet ready to explain very well the entire mahalach of Popper's, and it may still hold some surprises. The other thing that I wanted to say was also kind of on a bigger level, which is I wouldn't want to lump together all of these things as Lurianic Ilanot. I would want to make distinctions based on both the you might say the agendas of the different figures in this transmission or creation of corpus and transmission, and also make distinctions about different kinds of graphical devices that they employ. So regarding the first question, I think, you know, to me it seems quite clear that Vital begins writing his works, you know, almost like well, there is no such thing as Luriana Kabbalah when Vital starts writing. So Vital first of all has to create a system. He has to create it. He has to create something that we'll call Luriana Kabbalah by creating a system and articulating a coherent kind of cosmology to the extent that that's possible. And I'm saying this primarily to get to the point of wanting to assert that perhaps, for example, unlike Tzemach and Popper's, who say directly that the corpus is a mess and they've had to intervene to create a pedagogically viable path for its students. So one aspect of creating images is clearly pedagogical. I don't think that was high up on Vital's priority list. So when Vital has, you know, a dafatsiur or some kind of synoptic diagram that shows a bird's eye view of maybe of the Partsufim that seems to exist, that's one kind of image, maybe to bear some global or cosmic image in mind, but it's not trying to make the system and its mechanisms understandable to the student per se. And Igulim B'Yosher to me seems to be anything but an Ilan. To me, it's the great example of an epistemic diagram that's very much like the typical diagrams where you say, I want to explain something to you, but maybe it's confusing to you. I've now talked about how there's circles and there's straight, and I'm telling you that it's not really this or that, it's both, like the picture, like I draw on this picture. So this is just a picture to illustrate an idea. Whereas to me, it's an Ilan, or it's a synoptic diagram that has its own visual argument when you need a text to explain the diagram, not when the diagram comes to explain the text. So yeah, and with Tzemach and Popper's, they're such pedagogues that I feel like, you know, they're bringing a different agenda to their work. And okay. Oh, and the last thing, mamash the last thing, is just that whatever else you say about Tzemach, and I agree with you, it's just as possible that it's something about you took the part of the quote that speaks about the astronomers and so forth, but also his familiarity with Western esoteric figures and their figures, as much as my suggestion that, you know, he may have had a little bit of, you know, guilt about anthropomorphic representation. I think the fact that he uses the tree and that each persona, each partsuf, is a tree that is what we're seeing. When I look at that, is I'm seeing each partsuf as a body in the form of a tree, and I'm seeing a collective body, which is the body of let's say, Arich in this picture that occupies all of Atzilut as a composite body of those sub-bodies. And so I can, maybe speaking of projection, and here I'll end, when I look at this, I also see something like this. It's just that, you know, this is one partsuf, but there's also an entire partsuf that's the entirety of that image. So it's a schematic representation of the divine body.
We attend to the same thing, because what Francis said was, what body is it? And I think that if you think about kavanot is movement. When it's what's the relation in the body? Relation between one hand and two hands and the body itself, and body that can move. And that's what the Mukubal needs. You don't need to see the stomach.
I do.
Maybe.
Okay.
Not your stomach.
I'd like to hear. Can I hear a comment or more?
Shorter afterwards. Messages from Silvana where we are, so maybe he will answer. Yeah, I'm under pressure with administrations.
I actually prefer to hear more comments than answer. I mean, I don't have a. I mean,
so maybe answer for it. Maybe you can start with I think that I see did a very good introduction for our workshop, so we could start the next.
But I saw more comments. Maybe we'll just speak. Yeah, just a couple of more.
What Yossi was saying is very fascinating to me, because I was thinking on the title page of the Viatan of Homo sapiens, the body of the king is made of bodies.
Yeah.
His own body is made of the projection of many bodies.
Yeah.
And they are.
I'm actually writing now something exactly about that between Adam Arishon and Leviathan, and I think there's a lot to think about in that. I mean, I didn't talk about it here at all, but there's a lot where to go.
That's great to hear. And very shortly, what you said about Funkenstein, I was reminded of, it's completely not relevant to this debate, but it's the book by Pietro Redondi, Galileo Eretico. So the heresy of Galilei should have been about the omnipresence of God in the atoms. So in a way, in the 17th century, this becomes a topic, and I'm not saying I agree with Redondi completely, but there's this idea that scientific problems can become theological in essence. So this is really my last comment about let's say why the anatomical parts are not there, because we are saying all the time in a metaphorical way that Ilanot are the anatomy of God, and there's no anatomy. So your question seems to me really very, very relevant. It goes to the center of the problem, but I think like Yossi said, that the answer is still not there. Perhaps it's just a suggestion. You mentioned Itlabshut. So the Ilan is the garment. If you want to see the body, then you're getting the thing wrong, because what you see is always the garment.
I don't think that
it's like the body and confusing the body, like in anatomy.
That's Eliezer's idea, sort of. But yeah,
it's part of the next. But I think that is right in the I don't think that it's in the put and focus.
Yeah.
More generally,
because when you write about Mochin and Dibur,
it's like talking about the Ekorche. You know what I'm talking about? It's a body without skin, and then you have the skeleton. But the skeleton of God, of course, is the etzem. So it is the tetragrammaton. You want to see a body?
That's
you will have a name, and nothing else.
That's interesting, but that's another. I mean, that's a complete other topic. No, of the names. How did the names incorporate into this issue?
What you said as a skill about the, I would call it or no, it's or something.
It's already vital.
No, but anyone present it in you do it in a title and not in visual body.
The layers are presented as in tabular form without anthropomorphic representations.
Which is, by the way, Ibn Elias, and this tradition, which is also European, by the way. It's not only Farsi. But the different figures are always the figures of the different basic systems. That's the basic idea of this representation. Okay. Hmm? Yes, but as you've seen, not very anthropomorphic. It's pretty schematic. That's part of the interesting. Oh, yeah. Ah. Oh, okay. I'm here.
Heretical Marianic Ilanot, if you have had a chance to analyze heretical.
No, I focus on the mainstream. It's,
But you did have a Sabatian.
yeah, I know. It just looked nice. I have to say that I wasn't. I knew I'm risking, but again, I was looking for patterns. Yeah, right. So it's really fascinating, but I haven't looked into it. Thank you.
Yeah, so that, yeah.
Can we see him?
I hope so.
Maybe not Shema.
Ah. He? Yes.
Non c'è, no, non è collegato. No, è collegato, ma deve attivare la suo principio. Attive. Okay.
Hi everyone, shalom.
Louder,
Yeah, where you don't speak so softly. Wait, is this the?
Can't see you. Is the okay? Now I can see you.
הוא ישמע אותנו?
Can you see? Can you hear us?
כי ראיתי the microphone is קצת רוע.
Which one? Ours or his?
Maybe this one.
אתם שומעים אותי? You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
You hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes. But I can't see you. I can see only Yossi now. That's okay.
Well, we need a dedicated camera person to pan the audience.
We share your screen.
If you want.
Yes, just a minute. Should I start? I just can't see anything.
Yeah, so we are happy that we have the Holy Trinity here of Ilanot. Ilanot's research, Eliezer Baumgartner, Uri Safnai, and Yossi Chayes, my brother. Yeah, their assistant. So I'm going to give now a hands-on workshop for us, and if I'm correct, Uri will start.
Talk about Tzemach Daf Kavanot. And after it, we'll read together some Zakuto text and read the Ilanot of Zakuto and Tzemach.
And then hopefully we will all receive a revelation and salvation. So please, Uri, the floor is yours.
So, hi everyone. Sorry I can't be with you. Just joining from by the Zoom, and it's great lectures. So thank you, everyone. We just thought that maybe we'll start with the comment on Asi's speak, and to share with you two things. First of all, when his Sholem published the introduction of Tzemach's Kol Barama, and when he speaks about what Tzemach is, all his writings, he said, אחר כך ציירתי באילן אחד גדול, אילן הפרצופים, מסודרים בציורים כפי שנזכר בספרים, מחולקים הפרצופים והפרקים המתלבשים מזה לזה. בכל ביורו מסביב במורה מקום דף הספר שהעתקתי אותו משם. We'll speak about this a bit later, but just for now, we wanted to say that Tzemach says that he draw the Ilan on a נייר גדול, נייר אחד גדול. Okay, and a few lines later he says, also once again, בנייר גדול, כתבתי כוונות קריאת שמע. Okay, so here we have another place where he says that he uses kavanot and he wrote them also on a נייר גדול. So when we ask what is this נייר גדול, we have something that looks like this, which is in the JTS, and here we can see סדר כוונות קריאת שמע בקיצור, כפי הנמצא כתוב בספרי הרב, which means the רבי יצחק לוריה, and then he has a big page, very similar to the big page of the Ilan, and instead of just drawing the partzufim, he has, as a comment to what Asi asked in his lecture, when Tzemach wants to speak about kavanot, he knows how to do it in a different way. And here you can see the word Shema, and many, many words that describes what are the intentions, the kavanot that each one needs to do in each word and even in each letter. Yes, in ha'ayin, and when you read Kriyat Shema on the bed or in the evening, in the morning, and all kinds of intentions of kavanot that he has on each and every word. So it's very interesting to look at two different big pages. One is the Ilan, which is all the questions that Asi asked, and when he wants to speak on kavanot, it's a very different one, and it's a very literal one, and it's a quite different way of doing. But what is common to both of them is that they are both on daf gadol that they are written on. So that may be just a connection to what Asi was speaking just before the lunch break. Daisy,
we can interrupt you, right?
Yes, of course, but you need to speak quite loudly because I can't hear.
Okay, so sometimes we ask, well, what would you use the Ilan for? So let me ask you, what's the added value of putting the kavanot Shema on a big piece of paper?
Yes, so it's
a separate paper, right?
Yes.
Not part of
yes.
Independent.
Yes, like an Balifat paper.
Yes,
Yes.
and maybe I say something
lonely
about
paper.
about the paper. Here is the kavanot. Okay, thank you. Here is the kavanot, and here is a table that this is Kriyat Shema Lamita, and this is Kriyat Shema David. All time is kavanot, and you need to read that, and to the practice is if it's the Kriyat Shema on the evening, you need to do this in this way, okay? And if the Kriyat Shema, the korbanot in the morning it's this and this, you need to do all the word of Kriyat Shema in ayin, the ot ayin of the word Shema. You need to do it like this way. This is how I would say. Okay. And now maybe you should tell something about the kitzur.
Yes, it's very interesting because he writes there that why does he do the kavanot? He says because there are many ways to lechaven, to act in these words, and I wanted to make something organized, to put everything together, and then you can see what, as Eliezer said, what do you do in the evening, what do you do in the morning, what is in special occasions, and all kinds of things. So he wanted to organize it on a big page. He says he did it also on Kriyat Shema and also on Kaddish. This we don't have a separate page for the Kaddish, but it's interesting that two of the more complex intentions that we have, he chose to put them as a separate big page. Again, Niyar Gadol also in Kaddish, and he wanted to do it over there. So that's maybe a good connection for the last, for the previous speak of Asi. And now, do you want to go into Zakut's writings, Eliezer? You want to open? Can't hear you. Can you please unmute? I can't hear Eliezer. Eliezer is muted. Your Zoom is muted.
Voice is weak now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now I can hear you. Now, okay, thank you.
Okay.
So I didn't.
What I said that
Why don't you get closer to the microphone?
maybe maybe because I want to let everybody be close and see the Ilanot. Okay. Maybe we know another Ilanot, like the magnificent attachment that always that they are daf gadol,
and that we want to organize all the knowledge on them together, like something like maybe some like, but I think that it's different from tzemach ilan, because tzemach ilan is very specific.
Also, I'm thinking putting the kavanot on a big piece of paper. I can imagine somebody wanting to pray and having a regular sidur, and then perhaps, I don't know, would you imagine this is being used in real time? Someone is davening, someone is praying, and they reach the Shema, or is this a preparation tool? I'm also thinking in terms, again, going back to Asi's paper a little bit, that some of these things are very much keyed to codices, to specific works. I want to say your beloved face of Adam Kadmon is not part of an Ilan. You know this, but maybe not everyone knows that it's part of a very small, it's like a booklet. It's not even a codex. It's a few pages long, and it's a kind of précis of Otzrot Chaim. And it's and that image of the head of Adam Kadmon is keyed with it's keyed to passages in Otzrot Chaim. So it's like a little, like we would call it in America, cliff notes on Otzrot Chaim. So it's very connected to a reading of a text, and we know what text, of course. And Samach and Zakut's Ilan were transmitted originally not like on parchment independently, but seemingly always as fold-out pages. Ne'ar gadol.
Ne'ar niftach.
Ne'ar niftach.
That it's ne'ar gadol.
It folded into copies, again, of Otzrot Chaim, which raises the question of what is it about Otzrot Chaim that's so generative of these visualizations. But in any case, there is this, in terms of the practice of these images, the performance of these images, somehow being able to be specific about an artifact that has a kind of independent transmission, and like I think Poppers is an example of an Ilan that from day one was
for praying, for
or whatever.
It's not part.
for performing, not just
It's not part of some
It wasn't
books.
sent together along with a
It's standalone.
the
Yes.
book is for studying, probably. So it's two different
So,
uses.
so I think that we need to separate from tzemach ilan and zakuto ilan. Tzemach ilan was ilan gadol. What's that gadol?
Yes.
But zakut ilan, and that is part of this text that
you can see on your souvenir the more or less how the Zakut Ilan was transmitted on a single codex page.
and the page before this is that text that we want to read together. And
So you can imagine, actually, I don't know if it's putting
yes,
the cart before the horse, but we have ostensibly Tzemach, who is responsible for the restoration of the Otzrot Chaim manuscript that was unearthed from the Geniza, where it had been lingering for decades, and it was the most complete of the manuscripts that were recovered from the famous Geniza, in which Vital, like so many others in history, thought he would be able to destroy his great work, but somehow, like his Max Brot was Tzemach. He didn't cooperate and restored Otzrot Chaim, which lacked its title page. So Tzemach gave the title, but ostensibly, the copies that came to Italy, or a copy or copies, came with this fold-out page that you see here or there. And that's what Zakuto began with.
But if the Kuto had, if he had this,
Is it plausible to, I think, maybe you disagree. I
but
think
let's
it's-
read the text together and think about it, because the page before,
the page before this.
yes. This is a Kuto Ilan.
Right, what you're saying there on the left side. No,
No.
go back.
Go back.
Yes, here on the
Here.
left side, which you have also on your souvenir.
Is the Kuto Ilan, and this text that we will read together is page before, and it talk about this. I think that something before we read the text together is what I think that is very uniqueness in this two or more Ilanot, that we don't have any another example to different Ilanot that מקובלים read the same text of אוצרות חיים, and represent it in a different way. So,
It's not, it's true, it's true, but it is, for example, interesting that, the head that Asi showed is a head of Adam Kadmon, but it's not the same as the head of Adam Kadmon as Popper's.
yes, but if we think about the Kuto, Tzemach, maybe we should after it Ramchal and other Ilanot, they read the same text and decided to represent it in a different way. And
Maybe one more thing that's interesting.
and I think that that is the reason that it's so interesting for
Can
me.
you move the slide for a moment? Try a different image. Just no, not that. No. Yes.
Yes.
The reason I want to just show this for a second, because it's a bit anachronistic, is these are both autographs of the Ramchal. But if you recall the language that Uri began with, that from Tzemach's introduction, he says, I showed how all of the partsufim fit and the hitlabshuyot fit together, and then I surrounded the diagrammatic figure with comments, the commentary with marei mekomot, with citations from the books that I based my comments upon and the images upon. We don't have it. Oh, I want to say now that this is one of the things that's
like a Gemara page, right?
now the texts, by the way, are totally different on these two Ramchal Ilanot. But what I want to say is that this is none of the early witnesses of the Tzemach Ilan include such a framing, and my speculative explanation for that is that by the time this entered circulation, the books that Tzemach was using and citing were obsolete because they had been in a way supplanted, surpassed, whatever by the Popper's redactions. So even until today, it's
himself had a reflection on that. That's your assumption.
No, not necessarily. Just that nobody would have been able to use such hafnayot, these marei mekomot, to books that nobody had.
Okay.
So it's references to an invisible library. But still,
that is very different from the Zakut point, and after it the Zakut have an scriptorium in Mantua, and all Max can tell us about it, but all the copies in the same pages and the same and all the references are the same. You make a print of the Otzrot Chaim. So let's read.
We could do, yeah.
Yes. Ori, you want to read?
Gloria, your voice.
No problem. I can read. Just maybe we need to keep in mind all the time. Can you go back to the two Ilanot who Tzakut beside Tzemach? I think it's a good image that we need all the time to keep in mind. It was a few pages back.
Pictures there. Can you go back to not the same one, but let's see the pictures. Well, Uri will give us a voiceover, like in a.
So everyone has the text in front of them?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
not this one. Go back. More. Yes.
Okay, so and Eliezer, just before another comment before we start, Eliezer before said that the same Kabbalist read the same text and draw a different Ilan. And I think that this is the question. I mean, we see here two, obviously these are two different drawings or Ilanot, but are they really different? So this is what we are trying to ask here, or we want to deal with this kind of question. What are the differences? What is the connections between these two Ilanot? Okay, so let's start by reading. Amar HaTzair. Once again, you are muted, so I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Liz. I can't hear you.
Rhyming, Cockney rhyming.
Sorry.
Now I can hear you. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Amar HaTzair. Okay.
To read it out? To read it?
Yes.
Yes, so now I can hear you. You were muted. So. אמר הצעיר בן כבוד רבי משה זכות, זיכרונו לברכה, ראיתי לעורר לב המשכיל, במה שלא קדמני אדם מהמקובלים, אשר ראיתי עד הנה. והלא הוא כמוס עמדי מכמה ימים, ועכשיו שבא לידי הקיימנו, באישור כולל, באישור מוסיף, וזה פריו. So this is...
Oh, go ahead, Uri.
Okay, just we have a few questions about this opening. This is the opening of the text.
Maybe Yossi will translate it.
Oh, maybe summary translation. I said the young Moshe, son of Mordechai Zakut, I saw fit to awaken the heart of the enlightened with regard to something about which no one before me has ever thought or said from the Kabbalists, and it was hidden with me for many days, and now it's come to pass that I'm able to bring it into being with
It's formation, a global formation, and specific formation.
Okay, and this is the fruit of my thoughts.
So we know he had it in his possession for kama yamim. It usually means a few years. We are talking about mid 17th century. So we don't know exactly when was it in his possession, when did he draw it. And then something made him, invoked him to give it, to spread it out. So what happened? What is the trigger for this? Something that he had in his possession before, and then just
I think that the main thing that is said that is לא קדמני אדם מהמקובלים, that I'm the first one that gonna do something like that.
This is my innovation, my chidush, my insight that was unprecedented.
Okay.
Okay, so let's I'm continuing. מודעת זאת ההכרעה. Just we suggest that maybe what made him speak about it and write it and publish it is because the Ilanot Tzemach got to him. So maybe this is an option that this is what happened, that he was with one idea of how to draw this Ilan, and then he got Tzemach's Ilan and he changed, and then it made him do something to share it with everyone else. Okay, so that's just an option. So let's start with after this opening.
Maybe just to make it very clear again, it may be להקדים את המאוחר, but both of these are images of Arich Anpin. And if you're not a student of Luriana Kabbalah, this is, by their own accounts, the all-encompassing persona of the highest world of Atzilut. So it's, again, don't want to prejudice our reading of the material, but two different visualizations of Arich Anpin, which is why Uri says maybe he received Otzrot Chaim with attached Tzemach's fractal or kaleidoscopic image of Arich Anpin and said, you know what, I have my own image of Arich Anpin, so I'm going to take advantage of the opening of now we're making pictures of Arich Anpin to offer an alternative perspective of the image of Arich.
Okay, מודעת. We don't hear us.
Uri?
Yes, מודעת זאת ההכרעה, אשר הכריע הארי, זיכרונו לברכה, בין שני כתובים המכחישים זה את זה, בסוד עמידת הספירות, בין ביושר בין בעיגול, this is something we already seen, והרב ז"ל מזכי שטרה לבי תרי, ואמר כי שקולים הם, ויבואו שניהם ככתוב באורך בספר אדם ישר עמוד עליו. You want to translate it, Yossi, before we...
He says, everybody knows that the Ari had to, he basically, he made a kind of decision with regard to the apparent contradiction between the two models of the constellation of the Sfirot, the standing of the Sfirot. This is how a lot of the cosmogonic treatises begin. Some people, we have the circular model, the spherical model, and we have the linear model, Igulim, V'yosher. And he basically, he's saying, instead of saying one is right and one is wrong, he said they're both right. You just have to understand them as sort of sequential. And that it began with after the vacuum was or the space was evacuated, the spheres were emanated and then penetrated by the linear sphero called Adam Kadmon.
But something I think that's very important in here, and it's like Yossi said, להקדים את המאוחר. Zakuto said about the decision of the Luria between Igulim and Yosher, that Igulim and Yosher is not something Lurianic.
Right.
They are something that we know from the past, from the pre-Lurianic, that we have two diagrams, the diagram of Igulim and the diagram of Yosher, and what's the chidush of the Ari is not the Igulim and Yosher, is that he make a decision how to make them together. And I think that this is the main thing of this text.
It also gets to the issue of that diagrammatic, I don't remember what I called it yesterday, but the transvaluation of the visual or the graphical repertoire of the Kabbalists that you see in the history of Luriana Kabbalah, also in the image that you showed, the Sabbatian image. I don't know if anybody noticed the famous image of the acrostic of the 10 Sfirot that sort of evoke concentric circles, but it's really just the first initial of each of the names of the Sfirot, and it's in the earliest Kabbalistic codices, and it's also, but in the Lurianic transvaluation, it means something else. It now means the Sfirot before the emanation of the Sfirot.
Yes, but I think that the chidush of this text is that he said what he said here, that he was said that what the Ari said. Ari don't chidesh anything. The chidush of the Ari was the achra'a between them. And this I think is very important about how Kabbalistic in the 70th century think about Ari עצמו. Ari is לא חידש, לא את הצמצום, and not the פרצופים, everything, we will see it here.
It was there already, maybe not fully understood.
Okay.
Okay, so after we know that according to Zakut, the Ari didn't delete or didn't reject any plan, but he combined between two very different Ilanot and made this Igulim Veyosher that we saw earlier. Now he says, okay, after we know that this is our methodological approach, now we can go further and say, let's look at the third הביט, אחרי זה הביט לצורה השלישית, נטעה, planted it, רבי משה קורדוברו ז"ל, in his פרדס, שער סדר מידתן, פרק ב', הלא זה תוארה. And maybe I'll show you what does he mean, just a minute.
For those of you who don't know or remember, in the Pardes Rimonim, there in the sixth gate, you have his review of the different models for visualizing the spherotic array, and he goes through and says why he thinks they're wrong, other than the one that he determines is the correct opinion or the correct array. So he's now going to deal with rejected knowledge. He's going to say the Ramak wrongly rejected one of the spherotic diagrams because he thought wrongly that it was a spherotic diagram, whereas actually it was a precocious rendering of a partsufic diagram.
Okay, so this is the rejected Ilan, yes? This is the one.
What we see here is the image with the three upper spherot, one about each other, yes?
Which was the preferred Italian model for generations.
That we know from the parchment and
you saw also Fabrizio showed it yesterday
from
Khalfan, or you showed it from
yes, and all of that, and Armano, and all of the Italian Ilans that the Ramak prefer the model of Segol to Segol, and now he said, okay, the who, yes.
So the קורדוברו לא השריש, כי לא השריש שורשיה, כי חשבה לסורי גפן נוכריה, means he didn't accept it, he thought it's a rejected knowledge, ובאמת אין לערער אחר מידותיו. Okay, this is what he did, because he was right because from his perspective, כי לא קיבל מרבותיו, רק סדר עמידת המידות בפנים הנראים, רצונו בלבושים החיצוניים. פירוש. Okay, so Yossi, you want to it's a very important passage, so maybe we'll
Continuing the agricultural metaphor, he said Cordovero planted this image in the Pardes, in the orchard, but it says he didn't root deeply the roots of that tree which he planted because he thought it was a kind of weed. It was a foreign plant, a foreign growth. And really, I'm not saying this to get down on the Cordovero. It's not his fault, but because he didn't receive from his teachers anything other than the model that he approved.
the external model, the לבושים חיצוניים, something you see from the outside. Yes, so from the outside you can see only what can you see. When you speak about אריך אנפין, you can see רישא דאריך אנפין הוא סוד הכתר, ורישא דאבא ואמא הוא סוד חוכמה ובינה, ושש קצוות דזעיר אנפין הם גדולה גבורה תפארת, נצח הוד יסוד, ורחל היא מלכות. Which means Cordovero saw the usual Ilan of the Keter Chochma Bina, Chesed Gvura Tiferet, and all the Sfirot, and he saw it from the external perspective. Yes, that's where he saw it.
Now, I think we think that it's the external perspective is very important here because it's the Malbush. Okay? And if you can see in the Tzemach Ilan, in the Tzemach Ilan, all the Ilanot here, that is the Malbus, the Beged, like Asi said, is a regular Ilan that of Segol to Segol. Okay? Yes.
Yes, I'm just drawing the usual Ilan here. It's a drawing lesson. And then he says, אבל הצורה הזאת אשר לפניך, which means this זכות אילן, this one with the
this one, yes, this one, or this one.
היא הצורה העיקרית. This is the main fragment, כי כן אריך אנפין מתפשט ומתארך בכל עולם האצילות, הוא העומד בסוד הציור הנזכר, כאשר ציירתי בפרטות בדף שלפני זה.
So he has two images. There's the one that's on the handout with the text is identical really to what you would see in manuscripts or printed editions of Cordovero. But he says that's and that is the principal form, Tzura Ha'ikarit, and that it is an image of, this is Arich Anpin, this is an image of the persona of Arich Anpin, which expands and is drawn out throughout the world of Atzilut. This is the secret of that drawing, which I have also drawn in all of its details in the following page. I think
it's this
on this one. So you have like the kind of schematic form without the detail, which is the same as Cordovero. And then he says now, as soon as he enlarges the image and creates the medallions and the channels, but keeps to the same rough schematic arrangement of the medallions, he can show us how that image is none other than the image of Arich.
Okay, so
Arich is Atzilut in a way. Arich is somehow the all-encompassing divine persona of Atzilut, so it's the Tzura Ha'ikarit. It's the principle.
So when we go from the outside perspective.
One more.
In Tzura Ha'ikarit, he means this is the main form, unlike other variations, which are correct but are secondary.
Or do you think because
I don't think it means Arich Anpin versus others. It means what should be the
No, yes, just for
like secondary ones.
So or that
which are correct,
is from the outside, so it's not as not the ikari, but this is from the inside.
Yeah.
Yes, this is like we had a discussion earlier when we prepared this. Is it a zoom in or a zoom out? What Zakut does? Yes, I mean we have Ramak was looking from the outside, so we saw the usual Ilan, and then Zakut says, but the tzura ikarit when we focusing on Arich and Pin, we can see that it's actually the same one that that Cordovero rejected. So it's very interesting. When we change the perspective, we also change the Ilan itself. It becomes something different than what we thought it will be. And then he says, let's continue, ועליה הגדיל תושייה רבי שם טוב, הנה ספר האמונות, והביא לשונו בעל מאירת עיניים, רבי יצחק דמינקו, בפרשת תרומה, הלא כה דברו על הציור האמור. Now he quotes from יצחק דמינקו, from שם טוב. אני ביארתי יותר מדי למקובל ששמע, ואשר לא שמע יחדל, כי אני ערב לו שלא יבין. Means, this is a secret that not everyone knows what we are speaking about, yes? וכוונתו מבוארת, and who didn't understand? קורדוברו didn't understand, yes? כוונתו מבוארת, כי מי שלא קיבל, who that didn't receive, and that doesn't know how to להבחין בין הבחינות, and to translate it, Yossi, I don't know. distinguish, yes. לא יבין ולא ידע, רק הצורה הכוללת, סגול תסגול סגול. כי הנודעת מפי סופרים ומפי ספרים ודי למבין. Yes, so what's interesting here, that if we go back to the beginning, when Zakut himself said that Luria, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, used rejected knowledge and combined it into his images, into his Ilanot, now Zakut is doing the same thing with the rejected knowledge of Shem Tov that Cordovero didn't understand because he didn't have this this knowledge. He didn't receive it from his rabbis, and he knew only the outside. When we look at from the outside, this is what we see. But when we go inside, suddenly we understand that what Shem Tov saw was actually the main Ilan that was rejected by Cordovero. Continue?
Okay.
And then I think that this is a bit. Do you want to read the next passage, Eliezer? What do you say?
I think that maybe we get to the end of the text.
Okay. So just we should say that maybe we just say that is referring now to the other image that you have on the pages, that when you can see that Keter Chochma and Bina is in a different order. We have it on the
on the next side here.
Yes. Have it over here when Keter Bina v'Chochma Bina is in the middle and Keter is at the right. And once again, it's a rejected knowledge, and then that Cordovero rejected it, and then he said, no, it's actually something that we can use it, and he puts it into the discussion, and he shows it how it goes inside his drawing, but maybe we'll see it in a minute. So when he finishes, לכן קיימו וקיבלו הצורה הזאת הנכבדת לעיקרית, ולכן הפליא להגדיל.
Yes.
לכן קיימו וקיבלו הצורה הזאת הנכבדת לעיקרית, ולכן הפליא להגדילה רבי שם טוב אבן שם טוב, ואמר כי אין הדת הזאת חולקת עם הדעות האחרות, והוא עמוק מאוד, עמוד עליו ותבין מחרכי דבריו, שכיוון אל האמור, והשם אלוקים אמת ינחני בדרך אמת. Yossi, you want to translate it?
Okay, so therefore, Himu V'Kiblu, it's from the book of Esther. So we've established, it's definitively and accepted that this form, this honorable form, is the principal form. And that's why Rabbi Shem Tov, Ibn Shem Tov, authorized it and aggrandized it and said that this opinion is not at odds with other opinions, but rather is just very, very deep. You have to, it's only an apparent contradiction because it's actually visualizing a deeper level of divinity than the other images. When you understand, you'll see that he was intending to, I think Zacuto is saying, what I'm saying is what he meant. May God help me for doing this.
No, another thing that it's very interesting that when we speak about the Luriani Kabbalah as a very new Kabbalah, as something that is deletes everything that was before it, and he was a prophet that gave us everything is very new. And when we Kabbalist that wants to draw these new ideas, he goes to something that we already know. So it's not a very new Kabbalah, it's just something that we already had, but we didn't know how to use it. We didn't know what exactly that does it mean. So it's a very interesting, and it's especially for Zakut, it's a very interesting thing because he's usually someone who's known as Solet Nekiya, never, he tries not to, how do we, Shamran, Mukubal Shamran, yes, he's a conservative Kabbalist. Yes, so
it says something that did not Kibel Merabotav, and now we can see that he.
But in a way, that's the most conservative move in the world to say, oh, and it's a 13th century, well, he maybe wouldn't say it just like this, but it's a 13th century image. I'm not making anything new. I'm just simply finally exposing the meaning of an image that's been established since Shem Tov ben Shem Tov, and it was in Meirat Einaim, and then again, it was unfortunate that the Ramak didn't receive from his teachers the real proper understanding of this image and wrongly rejected it. He rejected it for the wrong, because he misunderstood its meaning.
Yes, and when we look at this at Zakut's Ilan, it's a very, if we take off the hair that is over there, if we just look at the Ilan as a simple Ilan, it's very close to usual Ilan that to many Ilanot that we know from medieval Kabbalah. Yeah, so it's not a very Lurianic.
Maybe you can say that we have here the three head here. We have the Sfirot and we have the three head. He is not one upon half of that. Is the three one into the other, but in other Ilanot, you can see that it's one on the other. The three, what we call the three mochin of the Ilanot of the yes. So now we found that after that text, we can see together the two Ilanot. And
I mean, maybe at this point, this one maybe could benefit. I brought three facsimiles, but it could be that for the moment, maybe Uri and Eliezer can unpack how should we? Maybe we should do a little zigzag, go back for a moment and show how the hitlabshut it works on. On Tzamach.
Okay.
And then show how hitlabshut is visualized in Zakut.
Maybe that's something about what is hitlabshut is. Okay.
Go ahead.
Uri.
Hitlabshut al regel echat.
Yeah. The English term is usually enrobing. This is am I correct?
Enrobing is
in garmentation.
In garmentation. So we have this like a center in Tzemach is more easier to look at it. It's the long, I don't know, Amud Shidra, how do you say it? The
Final chord.
Yes, that we can, or maybe like shkufiot that we can put one on top of the other,
Like
slides that you can put.
transparencies.
Yes, so we have this basic image, basic persona, which is Arich Anpin, and all the other parts of him are like sitting on it and covering it. So we can't see actually when this was what Zakut said about Cordovero. When we look from the outside, we just see the covering of Arich Anpin. We can see Abba ve'ima and only at the edge Arich Anpin his head shows up, and then all the other.
The head is not
It's not covered like we
In
know.
all of the hitlapshuyot,
No,
you always see the heads.
on
Every partsuf.
on any person. I see your head.
Yeah, exactly. So, but they say that in the process of hitlapshut, the head remains seen, as opposed to the obscuration of the body in the clothing of the partsuf that's on a lower level. So this entire image as what did I just do? I went to the wrong picture. Oh my gosh.
But while you're fixing the problem, we should remind that no, I say that we should be reminded that when the upper level, the head remains visible, in actuality it is the most invisible, in the sense that it is concealed. It's so high and spiritual that it is impossible to enrobe it, unlike the lower levels, which are possible to enrobe by other spirot.
I think that
While we stress its visibility, it's actually
unseen.
the exact opposite.
Yes, but I think that
kind of
the language
Wolfsonian
is very different between that and the language that medieval Kabbalists talk about the higher spirit, because medieval Kabbalists say what you say today, that we can get, the prophet can get to the Netzach Vehod and the higher from there, like Sharei Ora. And here we say you can see the old Arich Anpin, but this is the higher level. But
no, I will insist that the interesting thing here is that in the diagram there's nothing left of what is very much stressed in the writings themselves, that the upper levels are not enclosed because they're too spiritual and it is impossible to do so. And there's no trace for that in the visual language.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it is interesting that they take the Italian, that Zakut took the Italian model, which people usually say is an expression of a kind of philosophical sensibility according to which you would not want to talk about right and left. Chokhmah and Bina in the divine mind are beyond such a binary or beyond shouldn't be expressed in that spatial way. So it's also in a way a kind of an appropriate visual language to borrow if you're already going to do so. One of the things that I think we're already seeing, just to point out what we're seeing here in this image of which is altogether an image, you could say, of Arich, is that we only are seeing essentially these upper circles are the head of Arich, and the body of Arich is only seen insofar as it is enclosed in the lower partsufim, beginning with Abba and Ima. So it's an image of Arich in which we see Arich only. We see the head, which we're not supposed to see, I suppose, but but the body of Arich is seen insofar as it's enclosed. And so we have this kind of spinal cord, which I guess is the only expression of continuity of Arich throughout the Ilan. And every other partsuf is tied into that spinal cord through the visual innovation of Tzemach, which is the horizontal channel. The earlier Kabbalistic repertoire doesn't include such bridges, but this was the channels within the arboreal figure are very important, but the bridges between the arboreal figures were the innovation of Tzemach. So also, you'll notice, if you haven't already, that these are 11 medallions and this is faithful to the text. I think it's fair to say there's an emphasis in the text on the critical role played by da'at in the garmentation process. And so we can't go without its representation in the diagram.
I think another word about the itlapshiot, it's what you said, Yos, is a really good way to express the differences between usual Ilan, that the channels between the sfirot are meant to mark the how to drive the flow from the keter to the malchut or things like that. It's like how to pull the water. We spoke about this earlier. Yes, there's like there's a lot of flow that we need to pull it and to drive it from a sphira to sphira until it goes down. So it's like a mechanical, maybe a complex that we play with it. But when we speak about itlabshuyot, the channels are not ways to pour to drive the flow, but it just wants to say that you should notice that Chokhmah of Ima is in the same place of Partzuf of Bina of Abba. It's more of like לסמן את השטחים ולהראות על היחסים. It's the relationships that we have between the פרצופים.
And I think that it's a relation between the פרצופים שונים. It's a relation
Exactly.
between Abba and Ima. What Asi told about the sexual relationship between the פרצופים השונים, the פרצופים, then...
Yes, exactly.
And another thing that I think that about this channel as an elastic channel. Yes, that the movement of all the system is locked and in a specific point, maybe in the ideal point on the time, because all the system is
it's dynamic.
If you think about the classic Ilan, the movement is inside it. Yes, like the Otolas on the Cordovero Ilan, that all the shefa, all the water, all the blood come from the keter to there, and it goes like in the channel to the malchut. Here, maybe one and know that they have every Ilan has his own movement, like the classic Ilan, but you have another movement. The Partzuf, this is a story of the Kabbalat Ha'ari, that we have Partzuf Ima goes up and goes down. Have a relation with Partzuf Abba in such a time, have a relation with Ima, and now we don't have, and now we have there is a new Partzuf of the Erampin and Malchut, the Ben and the Bat. They have relations. They go up, they go down. We have Leah, we have Rachel, and everything is now Partzuf Leah goes up to Partzuf Israel Saba. Yes, and now we need to think about this. If you go zoom out, a little bit, we need to think about as an image that always, this channel is elastic, they always move, and this picture is picture on one moment, that you need to think what moment the tzemach make this screenshot, yes?
Like anatomical position.
Yes, like an
anatomical position.
Yeah.
Although it's kind of an ideal.
I think that
but
it's
there's no any moment where this is the position. This is like the
It's an abstract.
exactly all of them without making a choice.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, when Uri was speaking before about transparencies, I don't know, if just to make sure that that point is well taken, it's not sufficient just to say that these are partsufim, personae that are in clothing arich. That's true, but it's also true that we could say Ima is in clothing arich, but then Ima herself is being enclothed in tvuna, and tvuna is being enclothed in ze'er. So that's what I think what he means by transparencies, like that you could make a arich and then put the transparency of the first level in garmentation, and then put another transparency showing, like, this second level, and so forth. So you really are getting, you could make a.
But it also coincides with another interesting thing with Loriani Kabbalah, and that's the fact that Loriani Kabbalah speaks from from the beginning about different views of the worlds. And so, for example, you have the rise of the worlds. It's an entirely one of the main scholars in recent years, Avivi, probably a bit wrong about that, but he claims that these are two different complete systems of emanation that are complete with their own terminologies, right? And they appear sometimes separately, sometimes combined. And so there's the idea of the worlds going up and down. It's like, like a mobile, or I don't know, something like that. And there's another image which is much more to do with in garmentation or in robing or whatever, and the copulations, which is different. And in a way, this tzemach ilan enables to hold both at the same time.
Okay. The second ilan, I think that it's a photo.
By the way, you can see just even from this image on the side that this is a fold out that's sewn into the binding. It's of an Etz Chaim manuscript. I think this is from maybe the Russian State Library, Ginsburg manuscript, if I'm not mistaken. And you can see that it's been packaged in this way so that the Zakut's image is next to it. And now again, to Lakdim et Me'uchar, the two of them were copied in as a sequence already in the 17th century. So it's very if you don't have access, if you don't know about the Otzrot Chaim Codex packaging of these images, you really wouldn't know that this wasn't created whole cloth as a single ilan, because its transmission and reception history has been almost exclusively in this form. And it's really a kind of a masterpiece of creative splicing that whoever, we don't know who was the first Kabbalistic scribe to think it appropriate to do so, but these two images of Arich were made into one continuous image. And this in turn, to even further these became fundamental to what I call in my weird terminology, the great tree, which is a modular Lurianic Ilan. And here, well, we heard about Knorr this morning. One of the most common models has a Knorr opening, figures 8 through 11, and appendix, not appendix, what is it called? Apparatus 4, followed by, and this is really getting ahead of ourselves, the heads of Adam Kadmon and Arich from the Popper Zilan, then the Zakut Arich, then the Tzemach Arich, and then let's go back to Poppers, and then the rest of it down to Jerusalem is Poppers again.
All Arich?
No, it goes all the way. I mean,
Here is this is Arich, yes, because it's התלבשויות of Arich, yes. Here we have the head of Adam Kadmon for Poppers, yes. But most of it is Arich, and a different way to present Arich, and a different way to present Arich, yes.
But they seem like one after the other.
Yes, and it's, yes.
but anyway, that was really getting ahead. This, by the way, is pure Poppers. But the real thing, the main thing at the moment was just to appreciate that the two of them and the transmission history became one, which also raises questions of its own, huh?
This is the scale?
Yeah, this is more or less affects the size of the original. All three of these are quite close to the original, as close as the Israeli mom and pop print shop was willing to get me on these facsimiles for, $20. But yes, this is from the Benayahu collection, undoubtedly lifted from borrowed. No, okay, no. Okay, could you delete that part of the Zoom recording? But okay, so we have the two different perspectives of Arich. And then, no, it's a totally legitimate question for us to ask in this context. Well, what do we see when you put them together, and what do we make of this implication of continuity?
So maybe Yossi, maybe show again the two of them, one beside the other in the
okay,
like they were before.
Due pagine.
And not simultaneity.
This is the question.
Well, I mean, we could, it seems like in Otzrot Chaim, when they're bound next to each other, we could say, okay, these are two perspectives. But here we even have graphically, we have a channel that begins in Ein Sof, and then it's a continuous, unbroken, unimpeded channel that goes all the way through the diagram. So that's a
or chronological order and cannot indicate a simultaneous.
Fair enough. Also, if you read the caption, it seems like, wait a minute, it's like Groundhog's Day. If you like that Bill Murray movie, if you know what I mean. L'mala mimenu or Ein Sof, because we have the two manuscripts are headed by Or Ein Sof. So Or Ein Sof is coming again all of a sudden. So it does.
But I think that
beg the question.
If you don't read the word and see only the image, you think that it's one above other, and the shefa is come here and go to the down.
Yeah, but this is really my basic question. We're always putting in the background an emanational system according to a new Platonic structure. But if we have, for a moment, a different approach, let's say,
We can pass it around if people aren't standing up.
Say it's something happening at one moment. So why can we assume for a second that the totality is assumed as being seen or visualized in one?
I said like what we think about the images. What's the relation between between the 4 or 5 what's the yes.
In other words, you're asking, is this is there a visual argument for continuity in a great tree of this kind?
Yes, I will do. Yes.
Step after step, or am I capable? I have a total vision.
I mean, I will say that again.
No, but I think that this is an example from what Elke said.
Or an argument against what she said. Either way, one or the other. No, those are two possibilities. Look, this is the malbush. So then if you're Avivi, you say, well, the malbush is just like Asi was saying. It's not exactly the same point, but similar. Avivi says, okay, the malbush was just a different way of talking about what Vital was talking about with a different language. So it's not, but I think that many would naturally read these materials and think.
If Knorr read Emek HaMelech, he saw things that
Knorr did read Emek HaMelech, and he was like, and then he said, I looked for a tree and I couldn't find one to show the malbush.
And
this is figures 8 through 11 of the apparatus. He didn't put in figure 12.
Who is enrobed? Because if we just leave aside everything we learned so far, and if the mystic is enrobed and not the divine, so this would give the possibility of a total vision in 1 second or in 1 moment if you are enrobed by these pictures.
And actually, there is a kavanah.
That's cool.
Right? You know,
to make yourself into a kiseh like Dusha. Yeah.
It's one of Uri's favorites.
Yeah, everyone loves that kavanah. It's a beauty. But I did want to say one more thing about that, which is, let's say you don't believe that the malbush is before Adam Kadmon, or what is melubash in Saruk's malbush is maybe, you know, in Emek HaMelech they speak about Adam Kadmon 1 and Adam Kadmon 2, you know, so there's a kind of higher level of divinity that is mitlabesh through the nekudot that become otiyot and then are woven into the malbush, and this all happens before the yosher that becomes our Vitalian familiar Adam Kadmon. And then, you know, another argument for continuity, I have two quick arguments for continuity. One is, and this is, you see this in the variations of the so-called great trees or composite Lurianic Ilanot, whoever is responsible, this is one of the earliest ones, by the way, and it has a colophon, but somebody was thinking when they did this. So for example, they took Adam Kadmon and they from Poppers, and they said, okay, let's keep that. And this is even also, right? This is Atik. This is Atik. And then for Arich, they said, you know what, let's splice in Semach, Zakut, and they didn't know Zakut and Semach, but for our purposes, let's splice in Arich after we do Adam Kadmon and Atik. And after we finish this representation of Arich, will go on for back to Poppers to continue, because Poppers was a little, maybe not as successful in representing Arich like these were, and he gives much more, I would say, like tables of things arranged in that, you know, right, left, center. And then we don't see it in this one because it's a very early one, but many of the great trees then follow with trees of Bria, Yetzirah, and Asiya. So that, but that's what I'm saying. Like if there is a kind of, I spoke yesterday about. That's already not showing in garmentation, and the lower worlds, like at least they're not. They're just saying they're populating those the garmentation they show only as part of Atzilut. Then when they get to Bria, Yetzirah, and Asiya, they use the arboreal figures, and they populate the arboreal figures with what we would expect: Malachim, the Merkava, Hechalot. So they are locating, this is again a kind of like, I don't know, what do you do with old Kabbalah? Let's take the old Kabbalah, we put it in Bria, Yetzirah, and Asiya, because it's Atzilut we know best from the Ari. So
and what we will do with Echalot Tum'ah.
And they put it in the bottom of Asiya.
Yes.
So, but there is that implication of a flow, of a continuity, of a time, a kind of emanatory timeline that.
In this context, the department that Gal is looking at. So, could we think of, and this is also following what Elke's comment, could we think of the upper part as the basic ideal form, and then it's, I don't know, individuation or
when they come together?
Yeah, and so it's not a continuity of flow, but it's continuity of
It's like
logical continuity.
I think what you think
I
is
see what you mean.
like zoom in and zoom out.
Yes, sort of,
but maybe it's
create a continuum which is
like what I think when I talk about the higher, but the relation between the circle of Roses of Emek HaMelech, that maybe what you suggest that they're not one.
Sure. I mean, this is also an interesting thing which we haven't talked much about yet, and that is, the presumption of how the images work and what the models are in these diagrammatic images. And I think that you'll get there eventually. But like one of the things that I noticed about Knorr's original diagrams based on the summary chapter at the end of Emek HaMelech is that the innermost element in one of these circle figures is the outermost element in the image that follows it. So it really is telescopic. And so you're reading one and then you're going in.
It's like, as you said, it's like a capsule, because it's from the outside to the inner,
It's true, but I'm just saying as a visual language, when you're seeing a sequence like this, it's not linear. It's not that you're going down a timeline. You're actually seeing you're seeing time-lapse photography, snapshots. This is a snapshot, and now let's go deeper. This is the next snapshot. Let's go deeper. This is the next. Let's go deeper. And so you're going into a tunnel that's given to you in a time-lapse sequence of rota figures.
Deeper or perspective. I mean, like microscope that you need to see all angles.
In these, it seems to be like it's kind of a continuous procession, because always the inscription from the outside becomes the inscription on the inside becomes the inscription on the outside. So it really, he's holding your hand and drawing you in. But this is not something we see in Kabbalistic drawings. I mean, so I'm wondering, maybe who was Knorr's model for this? This is something I could only speculate about. Was he maybe Bruno? I don't know whose images were his inspiration, but it's not a visual language that we see. Telescopic, yes. So you just want to say straight up astronomical. Once again, astronomy wins. Yeah, fair enough. Yes. Oh yeah. Yes, that's right. He in the microscope. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Book of micrographia, so like micrographic beings.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps that is part of his inspiration. But I mean, you have these also like tentative micrographic or zoomings already in the mountains. So they were always inspired by science.
Mhm.
So I think that that could be a
Yeah. Okay.
that could be
No, yeah, no, I agree with you. I think I might even have written that, but I forget. No, HOO is, that- that's from the microscope. Isn't he for the inventor of the microscope? Robert Hooke? No? No? Wasn't he a developer of the microscope?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe what we should do now is also take a more microscopic look, because if we see now, we saw with the horizontal channel bridges how Tzemach visualizes graphically the process of hitlapshut, but we didn't yet do a deep dive into the way Zakut compressed or encoded this same knowledge into his single figure.
Yes, that if you can, so all the thing that is painted in the Ilan of Tzemach is writing here, like Zroa Yamin, yes, is say that you should know that it's in Ima, the Abba ve'Ima is this Sfirot, yes.
I mean, one thing we can say is that Zroa Yamin is not something that is, at least in the labels of Tzemach, for what it's worth. These body parts that you see, Zroa, Shok, the arm, the thigh, and so forth. So you have actual body part labels, but then if we give the whole inscription, the Zroa Yamin de Arich Anpin, עם חצי שליש תפארת העליון מצד ימין, מתלבשים באבא דאבא טליה בחסד.
Yes, what's the part of עריך אנפין that מתלבש באבא ואמא, and in the is what the part of עריך אנפין that מתלבש in זעיר אנפין. Yes, and so everything should be written here, but what and the question is what we see. We see here only the image of, okay, what the thing that we see the body of עריך אנפין. We don't see the התלבשויות. Yes, it's
also you have this in the surrounding inscription, Gedula HaMekorit בגופה דאבא נעשית מוחין לזעיר אנפין. So that's
this is not only garmentation, it's also the building of the
mochin.
So, yes, the actual building.
So this is really added value that's not in Tzemach at all.
Yeah.
That Zakut is
and that's
providing.
Deep from sexuality.
Deep
in sexuality.
Sexuality?
Yeah. The mochin has to do
with white.
How does the mochin flow down through divine populations?
I think that it's a channel in Tzemach diagram.
And again,
but here is okay. But the difference between if you paint a channel or you say mochin, mochin, the relation between. And you say, and what you're saying?
What, my scratching you?
Yes.
You haven't eaten much since you got here, so I thought I had.
In what word you choose to write it? Yes, and think that it's very, very.
Also, just the preservation of Gedula. This is it's still our old friend, the Ilana Sfirot, but now Gedula has become a Gedula HaMekorit, and it's in the body of Abba, which then becomes the mochin of Ze'er.
Mekorit, that is because it's the Gedula of
Arich.
Arich, yes. Gedula of Arich is Gedula HaMekorit. התבואה המקורית became the
in the body of Abba becomes the brains of Ze'er.
Yes. I think that
And you have also additional scriptures like Ad kan mitpashtim Abba ve'ima. So you're also given in a way, you know, like here you can see here's Abba ve'ima. Ad kan mitpashtim Abba ve'ima in Semach. And here Ad kan mitpashtim Abba ve'ima in Zakuto.
Because you can
Umalbishim et Abba ve'ima.
Yes, because you can see, you can't see the Parzuf himself on Zakut or diagram. So you need to write you. Ad kan the Parzuf nigmar. The finish of the end of the upper Parzuf is until here. And I think that it's maybe think about what we see so in the diagram and what you need to write to us, yes, and it's how it's what you want to represent in the Iran, yes.
He's got a lot going on here. That's for sure. You see also
and maybe something about the upper
this part of the image really, really interesting.
Yes, so
which by the way, just you know, I mentioned to Jean-Pierre that Emma also, we just finished writing for a volume on the menorah in Jewish and Christian medieval and early modern contexts, and we wrote about Kabbalah, two separate articles. But one thing that I noticed is that in Idel's article on the menorah in Kabbalah, he includes this as an image of the menorah, which it is not. But it just looked like a menorah, and since nobody thought you had to actually read the inscriptions on diagrams to know what they were, there's you have to be very careful. So here is just I'm saying it as a kind of an aside.
But I think that it's maybe if you know the classic Ilan, that Oren Sof is painted like I think that in Khalfan too, that we have open to up the
funnel, like a funnel.
So you can see it on the Louis Anikilan here, yes, that it's the Arif Anpin open to Oren Sof, like in the classic Lan is and Sof, that if you ask something you can't see, or okay, it's open to the end. So and can say that we need to finish.
Really? We're just getting started.
Giving us the opportunity to play mice under your table.
Mice in the maze. Do you want to do, how much are we really done? Like it's until 3:30?
The whole of Palermo will come. Lecture in 15 minutes.
Oh,
if
so
you don't want the audience to I will do
oh. All right, so I'll leave the facsimiles out and people can play with them and explore them.
But maybe you take them, and after her lecture and after balance, we can all stand around the table and look at the facsimile together.
Sure.
And to explain a little more things.
Sure.
Because I think this is the most important part of the workshop on Ilanot, that we all got an impression of how this works.
Happily.
So is it okay with you?
Of course, okay.
We don't want to interrupt the schedule.
Okay.
Because Italian speaking audience might sneak into and not understand the word.
Okay.
So thank you for that. Yeah,
Thank you. Grazie. I will talk, I will speak Italian for Italian audience, so, but I will explain in English the text, the images I will show you today. E tutti, penso che tutti conoscano ormai le mie ricerche che conduco da anni su Pierleone da Spoleto e su questi manoscritti che ho scoperto, sul manoscritto che ho scoperto a Parigi. Dato che siamo in Sicilia, volevo iniziare proprio, vi ho dato un handout in cui leggeremo il poema iniziale dell'Imre Schaeffer, in questa lingua un po' particolare, di cui vi parlerò dopo. Quindi sia la mano tua in mio aiuto in ciascuna lettera che scriverò, l'Uddio de Zebaod, lu sonno mio se smovio. Perché vi sto leggendo questo testo? Why I read this text? Because we find an arboreal image. So this is the first one, and the second one is the Sefirot. So Abulafia will talk about Sefirot, cioè sto spiegando perché appunto leggo questi testi, perché c'è questa immagine dell'albero sia nel poema di Abulafia e poi le Sefirot. E vite tesorate in ipso, lo quale è il libro dei medicini, la chiamatura sua impressa in locore mio, parola sua beviguao avvixio gli spiriti morti, la minera dei viti suso, o iuso si farà utile senza l'un uomo tuo, frutto de vite e arbor de vite, so the tree. Li rame soi e sunte radixe a tutti li radixe e li frutti arbore dello paradiso. Infra lu giardino suo sono plantati tronchi de pergole, in ipso sono criati Shefer, Cefar, Cipur. This is the first one. So, questa è la prima parte, diciamo, della poesia di Abulafia. E poi vi ho dato un altro testo, quindi I give you the second text, in which you will find Sefirot, so the language. Quello che mi interessa farvi vedere è il tipo di linguaggio utilizzato nel manoscritto, quindi come viene tradotto. E dico, demo tu l'uomo, lu perfecto, lu nominato, lu quale desideras in la Cabala, sape che tutto dipende in deie Sefirot, senza quiddità, e in 22 lettere imentu, di quali sono tutti 32 vie meravigliose, e scienza, come che sta scritto in Shefer Yeshira, lo quale è attribuito a Abrami, eccetera, eccetera. So you can see, so potete vedere appunto questo linguaggio. Perché appunto quello che io volevo fare oggi era introdurre, perché originariamente l'intervento era stato pensato insieme a quello di Chiara Camarda, per spiegare questo contesto siciliano in cui appunto vengono tradotti o comunque realizzati determinati testi, scritti oppure trascritti determinati testi, e un esempio appunto è questo, ma non soltanto questo. Il mio intento era dimostrarvi, di darvi due esempi di Pierleone, in che modo Pierleone, che all'inizio, cioè at the beginning of Christian Kabbalah, with Pico della Mirandola, cioè siamo proprio all'inizio della Kabbalah cristiana, cioè quindi questa scoperta, the discovery of Kabbalah, in che modo Pierleone vede, quindi legge questi testi e in particolare in che modo vede, visualizza le Sefirot. Cioè noi possiamo, io pongo una domanda, mi ponevo una domanda, troviamo in Pierleone uno schema, cioè troviamo un Ilan in Pierleone? Cioè tra le annotazioni in questi manoscritti è possibile trovarlo, e allora quello che io vi ho proposto, poi lo vedremo insieme, è uno schema che si trova proprio a margine del manoscritto dell'Arsenale di cui vi parlerò. E quindi abbiamo questa visualizzazione, in che modo quindi viene inserita la visualizzazione di delle Sefirot all'interno di un contesto filosofico, perché poi è quello di Pierleone, cioè Pierleone legge questi testi con dei filtri che sono i suoi filtri filosofici, la sua competenza, che è una competenza appunto soprattutto un background filosofico, quindi neoplatonico, a philosophical background, so neoplatonic o l'holistic filter. So this is very important in Pierleone. So I will show you. And when yesterday Saverio thought about Kabbalah, so this reading of Christian Kabbalah, for me it was very important because I thought about something, and I will show in my lecture later. Quindi prima di tutto, appunto, vi dicevo che questi testi sono appunto di Pierleone da Spoleto, quindi Pierleone era il medico di Lorenzo il Magnifico. Vi faccio questa prima premessa, anche se ormai insomma si conosce. Era il medico di Lorenzo ed era anche un compagno, possiamo dire, cabalistico di Pico. Pierleone partecipa, vedremo, quindi ordina delle traduzioni e partecipa alla traduzione di determinati testi, che sono appunto, uno di questi è il manoscritto dell'Arsenal. Quindi il primo manoscritto è questo che è stato già studiato, questo è un gruppo di 3 manoscritti, sono 3 manoscritti che sono legati per loro. Quindi questo è l'italiano 443 della Bibliothèque nationale de France, che è stato studiato da Franco Bacchelli. Originariamente era stato attribuito alla Biblioteca di Egidio da Viterbo, ma così non era. Io finalmente ho finito l'edizione del manoscritto dell'Arsenal, quindi in particolare dell'Imre Schaeffer, e che pubblicherò l'anno prossimo, e mostro come ci siano queste connessioni tra il manoscritto italiano 443 e quello dell'Arsenale. Intanto vi do appunto questo, poi vi dico cosa c'è in questi manoscritti. Questo è l'inizio, appunto, quello che vi ho letto è qui. Questo è il poema iniziale di Abulafia. E si trova appunto nella pagina del primo foglio del manoscritto dell'Arsenal. Ora vi dico poi successivamente. Questo invece è il 776. Quindi sono 3 manoscritti appunto legati tra di loro. Il testo dell'Imre Schaeffer, che appunto io sto pubblicando poi nell'edizione, il testo ebraico è nel 776. Grazie al 776 poi si può ricostruire un po' qualche indizio della storia di questi testi. Quindi il manoscritto 8526, quindi ritorniamo al primo, cioè questo manoscritto che è all'origine un po' di tutto per me, perché appunto è il manoscritto fondamentale che mi ha permesso un po' di delineare un nuovo affresco nella storia della Kabbalah cristiana, o comunque di aggiungere dei personaggi in questa storia. È appunto un manoscritto, un codice cartaceo di 314 fogli della fine del XV secolo. Quello che a me ha stimolato nello studio di questi manoscritti è che è come se noi assistessimo a un gioco di attori. Sono degli attori che si alternano. È un manoscritto che è annotatissimo, quindi si vede che è un testo che è stato molto studiato. Abbiamo quindi da una parte, possiamo immaginare, cioè se noi prendiamo questi testi, immaginiamo che abbiamo un autore che è Abulafia, per esempio l'Imre Schaeffer, che è il primo testo, abbiamo Abulafia, abbiamo il traduttore che traduce in una lingua che è particolarissima, avete visto che è molto strana, e poi abbiamo a margine delle annotazioni. Queste annotazioni sono annotazioni sia in ebraico, e grazie, le ho ritrascritte tutte, sono tutti riferimenti testuali al testo originale ebraico, quindi non ci sono interventi, soltanto viene riportato a margine il testo. E poi abbiamo i lettori. Tra questi lettori ritroviamo Pierleone, appunto, che non è soltanto lettore, ma interviene attivamente nel testo, correggendo le traduzioni, quindi traduce tra le linee proprio la correzione, cioè inserisce la correzione quando il testo è sbagliato, e io questo l'ho potuto appunto vedere con la comparazione con il testo ebraico. E traduce anche delle porzioni di testo, quindi ritroviamo delle sezioni che sono tradotte proprio da Pierleone. Quindi questo è il primo manoscritto, quindi il manoscritto dell'Arsenale, che quindi originariamente faceva parte della biblioteca di Pierleone, poi è entrato a far parte, perché è stato custodito, vedete, dai des Minimes de Paris, quindi faceva parte della biblioteca dei minimi di Parigi, quindi della Place Royale. E poi è passato appunto all'Arsenale. Nel mio libro parlo anche di queste macchie, vedete, che si trovano nel manoscritto, perché ho fatto un'analisi proprio anche materiale del testo, cioè quello che ci può raccontare il manoscritto, e quindi cerco un po' di ricostruire questo suo viaggio dall'Italia verso la Francia. Questo manoscritto contiene 4 testi. Il primo è la traduzione dell'Imre Schaeffer, quindi trattati belli, che avete qui, quello, appunto il poema è quello dell'Imre Schaeffer. Poi c'è la glossa del Sefer Yetzira, che è il commento al Sefer Yetzirah di Yosef Ben Shalom Ashkenazi. Abbiamo sentito ieri, ma infatti mi è piaciuto particolarmente proprio perché mi ha fatto pensare a questa traduzione che che è stato già avanzato. Poi abbiamo l'Ufattu della creazione, cioè il Mase Bereshit, che ho pubblicato l'anno scorso nella rassegna mensile di Israele, la trascrizione, e poi il Masechet Ekalot. Quindi abbiamo sempre, vedete sempre questo, quando si parlava appunto di queste antologie cabalistiche, poi soprattutto il Mase Bereshit e il Masechet Ekalot che si muovono insieme nella tradizione testuale. Ed è molto interessante perché appunto si ritrovano dei termini specifici e spesso anche dei calchi dall'ebraico, quindi quando non c'è la traduzione il termine viene riproposto con questo calco. Quindi questo per quanto riguarda il manoscritto dell'Arsenale. Poi passerò a parlarvi delle immagini delle Sefirot, quindi però vi voglio soltanto presentare i testi per capire qual è il contesto. Quindi poi abbiamo il manoscritto quindi ebraico 776, che è un manoscritto che è stato studiato. Faccio riferimento a questo perché mostrerò poi un'immagine che Yossi conosce molto bene, anche Fabrizio, ma lo farò vedere alla fine. Quindi questo testo contiene, appunto, è un manoscritto sempre che è stato redatto da 2 scribi di argomento magico e cabalistico e contiene quindi l'Imre Schaeffer, la vita del mondo a venire, quindi l'Olam Abba, poi abbiamo un commento, una combinatoria dei nomi divini e poi e altri testi, quindi non voglio entrare poi in dettaglio. Questo manoscritto io ho avuto la possibilità, perché è entrato a far parte di questa storia che vi sto raccontando, perché ho scoperto all'interno, quindi alla fine del codice, 2 testi, quindi una ricetta, vedete, questa è la ricetta di Pierleone da Spoleto, in volgare, che abbiamo parlato con Saverio appunto del problema della datazione, perché noi abbiamo la ricetta originale in latino, che è tramandata in un altro manoscritto, che è datata 1475. Qui abbiamo altri testi in ebraico di cui parlo nel mio libro, e a destra invece quella è una nota sulle facoltà dell'anima, sempre di Pierleone da Spoleto, ed è molto interessante perché la prima riga che voi vedete in basso è una trascrizione in caratteri ebraici della prima riga del testo di Pierleone. Il traduttore, lo scriba, la taglia, quindi la cancella e ritraduce a margine il testo, quindi tutta la parte successiva è una traduzione del testo. E quindi questo mi ha dato la possibilità di collegare il manoscritto a questo corpus, diciamo a questa biblioteca cabalistica di Pierleone. Invece il 443, come vi dicevo, è un manoscritto sempre che è stato redatto dagli stessi autori. Qui vedete per esempio questi sono i famosi cerchi della... Sì, questi sono i cerchi, quelli dell'Olam Abba. Vedete, i nomi sono tutti in questa lingua un po' particolare, fine de fine, principio del principio, cioè sono molto interessanti questi. E quindi questo viene chiamato Liber Circulorum, proprio il libro dei cerchi. E poi abbiamo una versione di cui abbiamo parlato sempre con Saverio, della Ordine Divina. Nel mio prossimo libro appunto riporto tutta la traduzione latina di Pierleone. Sappiamo che c'è appunto anche la versione di Flavio Mitridate e questo ci dà anche la possibilità di vedere in che modo, sempre nello stesso periodo, sempre all'origine della Cabala cristiana, abbiamo delle trasmissioni di conoscenza cabalistica che possono prendere delle direzioni parallele oppure incrociarsi. Quindi questi manoscritti sono interessanti perché appunto ci raccontano di un periodo di questa scoperta della Cabala. Quindi oggi perché appunto io vi parlo di questi testi che sono scritti, come vi dicevo, in una lingua particolare, in cui gli elementi siciliani sono evidenti. Io ho fatto una ricerca, ho tanto chiesto a un dialettologo dell'Università di Catania di avere appunto una conferma sulla lingua, perché è un problema, quindi cercare di capire perché viene utilizzata, ed è una lingua stratificata in cui gli elementi siciliani sono molteplici, si ritrovano anche elementi centro-settentrionali, come dicevamo con Saverio, e degli elementi spagnoli, quindi possiamo cercare di conoscere, cioè cercare di identificare quello che sto facendo un po' nel mio lavoro, cercare di identificare questi traduttori, ma partendo appunto dall'esame di quello che scrivevano, cioè quindi che tipo di termini utilizzavano nelle loro traduzioni, qual era il loro background filosofico, le loro conoscenze. Ed è un po' quello che sto facendo, che ho fatto nel mio lavoro, nel mio prossimo lavoro, quello che verrà pubblicato appunto prossimamente. Allora, perché, quindi in che modo inseriamo questi testi nel nostro seminario? Come Pierleone appunto leggeva questi testi, e se nell'immaginario noi sappiamo ad esempio che uno degli argomenti che interessavano di più i cabalisti cristiani era quello delle Sefirot. Cioè, quindi noi ritroviamo ad esempio dei termini differenti per indicare le Sefirot nelle traduzioni. Sappiamo numerazione, se è quello classico, abbiamo contatori, abbiamo le quantità, abbiamo anche i giorni primordiali, questo in pico, li ritroviamo in pico. Ma come si poneva il problema ieri, cioè c'è la possibilità di visualizzarli, cioè noi abbiamo delle rappresentazioni di queste Sefirot, allora io ho cercato un po' in questi testi, vedere se si trovavano. Allora, noi abbiamo, ad esempio, questo è sempre il manoscritto, ecco qua, va bene, quindi andiamo qui. Quindi, allora, le annotazioni più interessanti sulle Sefirot le ritroviamo nella glossa de Sefer Yetzira, quindi nel commento al Sefer Yetzira di Yosef ben Shalom Ashkenazi, e anche, e poi nella ordine della divinità, quindi perché appunto è la tematica centrale, quindi Pierleone legge, non soltanto legge, commenta, ma cerca anche di schematizzare, cioè quindi cercare di apportare, quindi di raccogliere queste notizie in un suo immaginario, in una sua prospettiva visiva, che poi sarà quella appunto che vi mostrerò. Quindi riguarda i contenuti, quindi in particolare nella glossa, come diceva per esempio ieri anche Emma, cioè il testo, il commento a Sefer Yetzirah è molto conosciuto proprio per la dottrina della reincarnazione, della metempsicosi. Johnny ha pubblicato adesso l'edizione, ma allora Pierleone non si interessa a questa parte, stranamente no, ma si interessa invece, io per esempio con lui parla delle 10 Sefirot e le mette ad esempio in corrispondenza con delle parti del corpo, quindi dice ossa, quindi uno, cartilago, nervi, lacerti, arterie, vene, cioè questo è quello che voi rivedete poi a margine lì sulla destra, se vedete nel manoscritto, quindi lì, quello che scrive appunto Pierleone, oppure le mette in rapporto con i sensi interni e esterni, tra cui ci sono lo spiritus animalis oppure fantasticus, e questo è molto interessante perché si ritrova in altre parti, in altre annotazioni di Pierleone, cioè questo sempre riferimento allo spiritus animalis, che era una delle tematiche, lo spiritus fantasticus, che come sappiamo in Pico o anche in Marsilio Ficino ha un significato molto importante. Non soltanto, quindi vediamo che nella tradizione, sappiamo nella tradizione cabbalistica, quindi le Sefirot servivano possiamo dire, per Pierleone servono appunto per visualizzare qualcosa che altrimenti non riuscirebbe ad immaginare. E quindi, come vi dicevo prima, lui utilizza dei termini specifici. Uno dei termini che utilizza per indicare le Sefirot è sfera. Quindi questo si ritrova nei manoscritti, quindi in particolare questo è sempre il commento al Sefer Yetzirah, ma per esempio ti ricordi ieri tu dicevi nelle raffigurazioni, le immagini, no? Di diagrammi non c'è.
C'è lo spazio.
C'è lo spazio, non è
Quindi
stato,
previsto.
era previsto ma non è stato fatto. Non è stato fatto, è stato lasciato così, probabilmente sarebbe stato fatto successivamente. Quindi Pierleone si addentra in questa materia cercando appunto di ricondurre ciò che è ignoto a qualcosa che lui conosce bene. E quello che lui conosce bene è ad esempio il lullismo. Quindi, ad esempio, mette in corrispondenza, oppure il neoplatonismo, quindi in un articolo che avevo scritto alcuni anni fa, facevo vedere come il linguaggio, quindi Pierleone, associa quindi le Sefirot alle idee platoniche oppure alle divinità di Raimondo Lullo. Se voi vi ho dato, quindi quando vi dicevo fra i testi, gli esempi appunto che volevo riportare, c'era quello della ordine divina, cioè quello che è nel manoscritto 443, dove Pierleone annota, inserisce diversi termini proprio per indicare le Sefirot, vedete, corona, scienza. Quello che mi interessava mostrare in quell'articolo era il tipo di traduzione che utilizzava Pierleone, cioè in che modo lui indicava queste Sefirot. Quindi la prima è chiamata, assimilata, quindi Keter, Elion, corona, alta, seumens, oppure quindi la prima viene assimilata alla mens divina, o la seconda è Okma, che è scritto appunto cioè, con un termine un po' differente, oppure prudenzia, come Lutz stamattina ha ricordato, per esempio, il termine per indicare la terza sefirà era prudenzia, cioè quello che utilizza più spesso appunto Pierleone, ma corregge alcune volte anche con intelligenza e binà. Oppure abbiamo Ecet, amor, che per la quarta, la quinta invece è Geburah, la potenzia, poi abbiamo la sesta, l'ottava è la gloria, Ot, Nezach, eccetera. Quindi sono queste. Quello che io vi ho dato, allora, è lo schema che vi ho dato lì nell'handout, che potete vedere. Questo è uno schema che Pierleone pone a margine sempre del commento al Sefer Yetzirah di Yosef Ben Shalom Ashkenazi, in cui rappresenta appunto le Sefirot. Quindi abbiamo, se vedete nell'immagine che vi ho dato, abbiamo quindi in alto la corona, quindi Keter, scrive proprio Keter, poi abbiamo Binah, prudenzia, vedete lì? Aspetta. Prudenzia quindi è sulla sinistra, Okma è sulla destra, quindi scienzia, Gedulah magnitudo a destra, poi a sinistra Gevurah potenzia, Tiferet pulcritudo, poi vedete purtroppo la parte finale è stata tagliata perché nella rilegatura sono saltati 5 centimetri, quindi è stato, in molte note sono state tagliate. Abbiamo quindi Nezach, si ipotizza sia appunto Eternitas, la sotto. Abbiamo poi il fondamento, quindi Yesod, fundamentum, Ot, gloria, che è l'ultimo, e poi sotto appunto non sappiamo appunto se c'era Malkut. Quindi questo è lo schema, è l'unico schema che troviamo in Pierleone. E perché vi dicevo all'inizio, ieri ho riflettuto, perché quando parlava Saverio, ho riflettuto su un termine che si ritrova un po' costantemente in questi manoscritti e nelle annotazioni di Pierleone, ed è quello di camera. Se vedete, le Sefirot sono state inserite all'interno di quadrati, di rettangoli, e questi rettangoli, che Pierleone chiama camere, si ritrovano anche nei suoi manoscritti lulliani e nei testi in cui parla di Abulafia. Cioè, quindi abbiamo questa associazione. Ma perché? Perché appunto Pierleone, ed è quello che io mostro poi nel mio libro, ha fatto quindi ha proposto quindi un incontro, quindi ha sovrapposto in qualche modo il pensiero lulliano con quello cabalistico, oppure ha utilizzato, come dico spesso, dei filtri interpretativi per cercare di capire, di interpretare questi testi, appunto quando dice che le Sefirot sono come le dignitates di Raimondo Lullo, e questo si trova nel testo che è qui, quando questa è Abulafia, all'inizio è l'Imre Shefer, e questa è la notazione di Pierleone in basso, dove lui dice che i cabalisti sefirotici possono essere considerati come dei lullisti o come coloro che pongono le idee, cioè coloro che in un linguaggio tomista. E quindi questo è molto interessante, e poi si ritrova sempre costantemente questo rinvio tra Sefirot e idee, Sefirot e dignitates. E non solo, perché poi appunto ci sono altri riferimenti sempre nel testo all'ullismo, in particolare sempre nei testi di Abulafia. E questo per quanto riguarda il manoscritto dell'Arsenale, quindi questo primo schema, potremmo dire, questa prima raffigurazione delle Sefirot. Mentre l'ultimo esempio, che non è un esempio, ma è soltanto perché mi interessava mostrare, ecco, questa è un'immagine che voi conoscete bene, che Yossi conosce bene, che conosce bene anche Fabrizio. Questo è il manoscritto 776. Quello che a me interessava mostrare, quindi questa rappresentazione, questo diagramma delle Sefirot insieme a quest'altro, quindi che sono nel booklet, quindi sono molto conosciuti, no? Quello che mi interessa fare, quindi richiamare la vostra attenzione sul fatto che questo manoscritto fa parte della biblioteca di Pierleone, quindi Pierleone ha a sua disposizione queste immagini, quindi le legge, quindi lui ha un tipo di visualizzazione della Cabala, quindi questo, cioè lui lo conosce, quindi sa che c'è questo, e sa anche, quindi è in qualche modo cerca anche di comprendere, di farlo suo, di entrare all'interno di questo mondo. E uno di questi accessi, e ne abbiamo parlato tanti anni fa anche con Fabrizio ad Amburgo, è grazie alla famiglia Genazzano con cui lui lavora attivamente e la famiglia da Pisa. Quindi sappiamo in Genazzano, questa è una rappresentazione che si ritrova anche in Genazzano, quindi è possibile che Pierleone avesse uno scambio quindi costante con loro. Abbiamo dei documenti nel mio libro, appunto, propongo, quindi ho proposto questi documenti, ho inserito questi documenti che ho ritrovato, proprio per cercare di capire in che modo e come appunto questa origine della Cabala avviene anche attraverso uno studio che potrebbe essere uno studio di immagini, non soltanto concettuale, ma anche appunto visivo. Quindi questo era per introdurre un po' il mio discorso. Mi dispiace dire appunto che my talk is in Italian. I hope that you understand my talk and also my study about this new Christian Kabbalistic milieu. So we can talk together and have a discussion later, a debate.
In English, Italian.
What do you?
Or you don't. So thank you very much, Flavia. From what I understood, it's highly interesting. And I guess maybe you will write it
Yeah,
down
yeah,
in
but I will give
English.
you my lecture so so
Yeah.
you can read in English later. So.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. And now we go on to another Italian.
Gal will talk in Italian.
Gal will talk in English. And we're really happy that Giovanni. Will introduce us now to the what everywhere.
I had to.
Magic. So please, Gal, the floor is yours.
Okay. So just to see it. Can I? Oh, okay. Sorry. So, okay. First of all, thank you, Elke, Flavia, Niels, and Max, for organizing this workshop and for inviting me. I'm actually quite excited. So I'll just start, but you should know that I rephrased many of my sentences after all the lectures I've heard. So it's I tried to do like an update version of it. Okay, in 1259 in Castile, the Christian monk Johann d'Aspa compiled a work for his patron Alfonso el Sabio titled Liber Razielis, or the Book of Raziel. Drawing on a variety of Hebrew sources, some dating back to late antiquity, Johann produced what would become the most influential Jewish magical text in the Latin West. From the very beginning, this project caused a stir across Europe, sparking discussions among both Jews and Christians who either embraced, debated, or questioned its legitimacy and effectiveness. Among those engaging with the text were individuals we might call Kabbalists, who sought to integrate its content into their worldview and interpreted it within the framework of their own doctrines. You see, while it's common to talk about the magical interpretation of Kabbalah, there is what I think of as an hidden stratum in the history of Kabbalah, occultic stratum if you want, that points in the opposite direction. It's not about interpreting Kabbalah through a magical lens, but rather about how Kabbalists interpreted magic and even attempted to theorize magical practices. Yossi's research on the Sephirot and celestial spheres and the diagrammatic representations clearly demonstrates how Kabbalists adopted astronomical scientific tools and language to shape their understanding of the Sephirot. And I will cite Yossi on that. In visualizing the Sephirot, both conceptually and graphically, medieval Kabbalists appropriated, not inappropriately, the dominant schemata of what Barbara Opfrist describes as the two basic disciplines involved in elaborating models of the universe, astronomy and natural philosophy. By employing the cutting-edge methods of visualizing the cosmos available at the time, Kabbalists were able to link their own doctrines to those circulating more broadly. It seems reasonable to assume that this was not limited to natural philosophy alone, particularly considering that for many authors, natural philosophy and astronomy served as tools for achieving entirely different purposes. The Jewish and Christian magicians who utilized Liber Razielis, for instance, were deeply interested in astronomy, of course, not as a source of philosophical inspiration, but out of practical necessity. According to Liber Razielis, the key to the art of magic is depicted as a square key with 7 ridges or teeth, symbolizing the 4 elements and the 7 planets. And I quote, "And the square shape of the key shows that there are 4 elements and no more. And the 7 teeth of the key signify that there are 7 planets and no more." If it resonates with Sefer Yetzirah, maybe, all this no more is something what we might want to discuss later. Astronomy is the key. To quote the Catalan magician Berengar Ganel, who owned a copy of Liber Razielis, "You should at least learn the principles of astrology when you wish to involve yourself with magic. But if you cannot find a school of astrology, at least know these few basics that I will tell you." He then summarized the quadripartitium for the reader. The importance of astronomy in the practice of magic was widely acknowledged in late medieval Europe, particularly in Spain, due in part to both formal and primarily informal centers of translations. These intellectual environments provide fertile ground for linking the science of astronomy with the concept of the Sephirot, as illustrated by several Castilian Kabbalists. It also facilitated the Sephirotic and Kabbalistic interpretation of magical text. It is my intention to show how this Sephirotic interpretation was often mediated by astronomy. Let me start with Liber Razielis. Just 46 years after its composition, several passages from the text were adopted by the otherwise little-known Yom Tov Ben Chaim. His adaptation is explicit, as Yom Tov acknowledged his source, noting that it was copied by a Christian from a Jewish book by the order of the King of Castile. Shem Tov also modified the key described in Liber Razielis, replacing the original 7 ridges with 10. I quote, and this is the purpose of the first key. Its form is shaped with 4 heads corresponding to the 4 elements, and the concealed parts are 10 edges according to the 10 Sephirot. The astronomical key is a Sephirotic one. This was not only the only reaction to Liber Razielis, and likely not even the first, as it appears to have circulated rapidly and reached also Morocco. As Varda has already observed, the Moroccan author Yehuda ben Isim ibn Malka questioned the effectiveness of Liber Razielis, basing his critique on the dynamics of celestial bodies. Ibn Malka found its criticism to align well with his commentary on Sefer Yetzirah, in which he wrote, and I quote from the Hebrew version of Ibn Malka's work, which is not so different from the Judeo-Arabic one on this specific passage. Note that the things mentioned in Sefer Raziel are neither effective nor possess the power of saving. And let me elucidate this matter. Note that this work was written in accordance with the condition of the celestial sphere during its time of composition and within the same astrological condition. However, there have since been changes in the movement of the celestial sphere due to alternations in the forces and motions governing the world, as well as those governing time and governing the year, etc., etc. And Sefer Raziel mixes all these forces, and they manifest their significance and power at that time. And this method of mixing the forces is called letter combinations, tzirufei haotiyot. And the author of Sefer Yetzirah had already alluded to this when referencing the Rala Pe'arim. The celestial bodies are in constant motions. And therefore, according to Ibn Malka, we cannot assume that their divine or angelic names remain unchanged. He thus sees Liber Razielis, which includes extensive list of names corresponding to celestial spheres and constellations, as scientifically flawed. In other words, this list of divine names are outdated, reflecting an old stellar configuration that is no longer relevant. This implies that magicians wishing to use Liber Razielis must update the magical ephemeris and renew the letter combinations to match the current celestial alignment. This process, Ibn Malka argues, would mix the forces, a method that he believes is implied by Sefer Yetzirah. I would like to emphasize this point before proceeding. List of divine names associated with celestial bodies require an update to reflect the current stellar configurations. In 1346, while working in Perpignan, the Catalan magician Bernard Ganel had access to a wide range of magical knowledge. For Ganel, magic revolved around controlling angels and demons through the invocation of God's names. Although he consulted texts exclusively in Latin, many of these had been translated from Hebrew, Arabic, and Greek. Notably, among the Hebrew sources he drew from was Shiur Koma, which Ganel used to develop a magical garment symbolizing God's body. This garment was intended to be worn by the magician, granting them, in essence, divine powers. Liber Razielis is Ganel's most crucial source, as he declares on multiple occasions. This includes the list of divine names, which, according to Ibn Malka, require updating. Although this idea that we need to update those lists is absent from Liber Razielis itself, Ganel was fully aware of the need for such updates. As a result, he developed a method to update this list based on astronomical observations. And I quote, "Note that the names of the first heaven that are written in Liber Razielis revolve according to how the moon revolves in its names. Therefore, you should know the revolutions of these stars and the places and the degrees in which they stand and the past oppositions, and divide the names through the computations of the stars. For example, if the moon is in the 5th degree of Aries, then divide the names by 5 and place the number on what falls upon the names, and I will show you how it will end up." Ganel wished to enable the practitioners to update their list of names, providing them with a simple tool. After numbering the list of the names of, you see it? Okay, it's not the best one. Okay. After numbering the list of the names of each heaven and observing the location of each of the 7 planets, which he correspond with each of the 7 heavens, they should rearrange the list. This will result in different names that rule each hour, day, month, and so forth. Just to make it clear, his method will make this list to become this one. Just rearrange it. Most strikingly, Ganel presents this method as a part of the saying of another friend of him, Alterius Soci, Rabbi Akiva. A thorough examination suggests that Ganel likely had access to additional Castilian sources. In certain instances, his ideas show striking similarities to those of Yosef Gicatilla. To mention just a few, Ganel asserted that each letter of the Tetragrammaton governs a different element. And just to remind you, it's 1346. It's a bit early for what we will call later Christian Kabbalah. Ganel wrote that all Hebrew written names of God contain within themselves two numbers of perfections, namely through 10 and through 6. Every name holds 26 in number. This also appears in Gicatilla. He chose a revolutio technique known among Castilian Kabbalists in the late Middle Ages as derech hamivta, in which a divine name is written by spelling out its letters. We also a method that we also show. We also saw yesterday in Mac's lecture when it was Mandel, right?
Yeah.
Who wrote the Tetragrammaton with 10 letters. It's also very common in classic Kabbalah.
Covering the derech hamivta.
Yeah, that's how the Castilian Kabbalists call it derech hamivta. The term revolutio itself is notable, as it is not only refers to combinatorial techniques, but also hints at Gilgul, both in the sense of letter permutations, Gilgul otiyot, and celestial movements. In Ginat Egoz, Gicatilla drew attention to this connection between Gilgul and Galgal, stating that the planet Galgal is born from the revolution of the letters. כי הגלגל נולד מתוך גלגול האותיות. All of these are closely tied to the reception of Sefer Yetzirah, which I argue was already interconnected with certain sources of Liber Azielis. Specifically, I refer to the list of divine names corresponding to celestial bodies, a section known in Liber Azielis as Liber Temporum. This part is a translation of a work known by various names since at least the 11th century, including Sefer HaYashar and also parts of Sefer HaMalbush, which Emma has written about, and Sefer HaTkufot, that's also its title, for its description of each season, each kufa, and its divine forces. It is this section that both Ibn Malka and Ganel recognized as needing to be updated. Mann published a unique fragment of the Hebrew Liber Temporum from the Cairo Geniza, though he did not identify it. This fragment, which can be roughly dated to the 11th century, is incomplete at both beginning and the end. In fact, its final line is cut off at a crucial moment. And I'm quoting, "There are the names that were written before and given to the wise, to return by them, להחזיר בהם, to count and calculate the seasons and the zodiac signs, to increase knowledge among many, to observe the path of the heavens, נתיבות השמיים. For from this book, when Abraham went outside and observed," then it is cut off. The use of the phrase נתיבות השמיים, referring to the trajectory of the spheres, and the reference to Abraham as someone associated with the calculations of periods and constellations, closely resembling the epilogue of Sefer Yetzirah in some of its versions, though not the earliest one, at least as Abishai Bar Asher reconstructed. In later versions of Sefer HaTkufot, this passage became part of the introduction to the composition, and I quote, "When Abraham went outside, he observed the heavens and counted the stars, and he used this book, all his life in purity, cleanness, sanctity, and humility." This early connection between Sefer Yetzirah and what would become Liber Temporum of Liber Azielis may explain obscure statements of the commentators on Sefer Yetzirah who tend toward magic. Although we typically associate the magic of Sefer Yetzirah with the creation of the golem, it was likely just as closely connected with another form of magic, the magic of Sefer HaTkufot. Yosef ben Shalom Ashkenazi, which we already heard about, and also the translation of his work provides a clear example of this. In his commentary on Genesis, Ashkenazi explicitly connects demonic magic with Sefer Yetzirah. And I quote, "There are demons who are permitted by Emesh, and others by Beged Kaperet. And note this, for this is the key by which one opens the possibility of summoning demons and spirits and their use." It's quite explicit, right? In this instance, Ashkenazi connects the summoning of demons to Sefer Yetzirah with no link to golem magic. Could this explain why Ashkenazi includes diagrams in his commentary on Sefer Yetzirah, preserved in some manuscripts as volvers, which allow for the revolutio of names? I had to, sorry about that, I just had to. The revolutio of names and their combination according to different seasons? It's difficult to determine. I have to say, Ashkenazi provides only quite cryptic text there, according to this, like alongside this specific diagram. However, if this is indeed the case, then Ashkenazi's diagram is neither a combinatorial theological tool a la Ramon Lull, nor a theosophical volve like those of later Kabbalists. Instead, it appears to be a highly practical astro-magical device designed for mixing the forces, as Ibn Malka might describe it. By astro-magical, I do not mean talismanic by any means. The Spanish and later Italian Kabbalists were deeply engaged in demonic magic, which, as we've seen, relied on fundamental understanding of astronomy. So, where are the Sephirot I mentioned in the titles? The idea of letter combination as a way to find the correct stellar configuration likely stems from the correspondence between letters and stars. In Ganel's work, this correspondence is made explicit when he offers an explanation for one of the most common elements in magical text, the characteres, those magical symbols which often been interpreted as letters. Characteres are magical symbols, often interpreted as letters, and as Flavia has shown, during the Renaissance, they were regarded as eye writings because of the small eye-like circles. According to Ganel, the circles in these symbols represent stars, while the symbols themselves correspond to constellations formed by groups of connected stars. Ganel argues that the sky can be read like a text, with constellations acting as letters, thus adding a verbal dimension to the characteres and highlighting their astronomical meaning. For example, he identified a specific form as representing the constellation found in the head of Aries and linked it to the Hebrew Aleph. Ganel likely had access to material circulated among Jewish physicians. As Schatzmiller has shown, in the early 13th century, Jewish physicians associated with the University of Montpellier practiced a form of what he called talismanic magic. Let's call it like that. This practice is linked to another Alphonsine work, the Picatrix, a Latin translation of the largely Arabic text, Rayat al-Hakim. The Picatrix was heavily influenced, so sorry about all those name dropping, but it's quite necessary for making this point. So the Picatrix was heavily influenced by the magical theory of pseudo-Al-Kindi or Al-Kindi. It depends in which side of the argument you are you. So it depends on the magical theory of pseudo-Al-Kindi, which was known in the Latin West as the Radis Stellarum, on the rays of the stars, or Theorica Artium Magicarum, the theory of the magical arts. An interesting account of a meeting between a physician trained in Montpellier and a Majorcan physician practicing in Sicily suggests that this theory also fed into Kabbalistic doctrines. And I quote, And this great sage, may the merciful save and redeem him, from whom I received all of this, testified about a certain sage from Sicily, who went to Montpellier and testified that in Sicily he saw a Majorcan sage, wise and deep in the knowledge of astronomy. Due to the greatness of his wisdom, he surpassed all earlier and later scholars of astronomy, and he was a great physician to the king of Sicily. The one who gave this testimony also stated that he found written in his book of astronomy and wisdom, Sefer Tchunotav veChochmotav, the design of the letters of the image as the early sages had written in the form of 24, engraved and depicted with the depictions of its points. Know, you are wise, that each and every point is a higher word and in and of itself, and each point has 3 crowns. And the first 3 sacred letters, the crowns add up to the number of the hidden name, which is 45. With the crown of the last letter, they all together add up to the number of the honored name, which is 72. The mention of astronomical text in this passage, whether a genuine account or not, clearly highlights the astronomical context, and it is reasonable to assume that Montpellier was indeed a hub for such doctrines. If so, this account captures an instance where the astromagical knowledge held by physicians trained in Montpellier was integrated by Kabbalists as part of their broader ongoing efforts to incorporate scientific and magical languages. This concept of characteres as constellations later reached Yochanan Alemano, who incorporated it into his own work on magic, and Alemano's was, of course, studied extensively by Fabrizio. According to Alemano, who compared these letters to the 48 constellation of Thurmi, I quote, just as these celestial letters are constellations of stars that are connected and bound by straight lines that stretch from one to another, so too are these spiritual letters constellation of imperceptible. Oh, God. Imperceptible, thank you. It's like spiritual space. It's my yeah. Connected and bound by spiritual lines that extend from one to another and form letters, as it is written in the books of the ancients about the letters of the Tetragrammaton, where each letter is made of circles joined by lines like this. And then he gives the same picture of the Tetragrammaton with those dots that often transmitted with this story about the physician from Sicily. This was neither the first nor the last time Alemano explicitly compared celestial bodies to the Sephirot, or spiritual spheres, as he called it. In his writings, he frequently references astronomy, often mocking astrologers while simultaneously adopting their language to shape his worldview. However, the idea of interpreting characteres as constellations was not unique to Alemano. Not only do we have an earlier Hebrew account preserved in codices from the 14th century onward, but other Jewish works from the late Middle Ages in the same region seems to support this concept. Take, for instance, the well-known Alpha Beta of Metatron, which lists various characteres as letters associated with Metatron. Surprisingly, it employs the term keren to describe a line extending from a circle. For example, the letter Aleph is depicted and described with 8 karnaim, and the letter Bet with 4. While keren typically refers to an angle in geometric terms or a horn in zoological context, its use here may seem out of place unless we consider the astronomical framework, particularly the notion of stellar rays. Karnei Shemesh, Karnei Kochavim, etc. This concept was also consistently maintained among Christians, as evidenced by Giorgio Anselmi di Parma, an older contemporary of Alemano. Anselmi, who taught medicine at the University of Bologna in 1449, discusses this idea in his lesser-known work, Divinum Opus de Magia Disciplina, and according to him, each of the characters represents the thing for which it stands through a likeness to some accident of that thing, whether separable or inseparable. It then goes on to describe the characters of the celestial bodies. This topic is later addressed by Agrippa and Kircher, of course. The latter encountered the same testimony of the Sicilian physician, quoted from it as Kabbalat HaGeonim, and illustrated the characters like Tetragrammaton. The concept also appears in Vital Etz Chaim, in a discussion on Olam HaNekudim, though entirely stripped of its astro-magical backdrop. During the 13th century, the transcultural and interreligious exchanges in Castile provided Kabbalists with both the language and content of learned magic, which served as a tool for achieving a wide range of goals. As was common among non-Jewish magicians of the time, astronomy was considered essential for success in magical practice. When Kabbalists adopted this astronomical language, they also applied it to explore and theorize magical practices. Much like the non-Kabbalist counterparts, only now with the Sephirot in place of or together with the celestial bodies. This, I argue, is an important key, also I had to use it, to understanding many Kabbalistic words within this European context. Thank you.
We have 10 minutes more questions if there are.
It's the academia page. That's all. And amulets, but no.
In nella, there is the full description of the ritual of Malbush or
No, Gadel used all the ritual of the Malbush in a very different way. What Ganels do is actually very innovative because he takes Shiur Koma, which is basically a list of the members of God with the names, and then make a robe. It's not a robe, it's actually a full garment, writing on each member the correspondence name of the member of God, and then the magician should like wear it, and basically the magician wear gods, and and so he becomes powerful during the rituals.
Keeps the proportions
of the 300. Yeah.
No, they minimize the proportions, but keeps the proportions in the garment.
Yeah.
Because every member has a
As different name. And also used because gods also have eyes, right? He has names on his eyes. So Ganel, you can write on your eyes. So Ganel uses certain kind of capuchin. How is that? The capuccio, the hood. Thanks, a hood, but the one that comes all over. And then in front of your eyes, you should put some papers with God's eyes. Yeah.
I was surprised that you mentioned like English influence in this. I'm speaking slow.
A bit.
Okay. So I was surprised that you mentioned like English influence.
Yeah.
So this description of the garden that you do, what you did, and the lists of spiritual, they will call them spiritual beings.
Yes.
Also, it started in the veteran community. I don't know.
Yes. Yes.
So I don't know if you detected some influence of that.
So it's a very long story about about talismanic magic as a whole, coming from Haran probably into the Latin West through all kinds of translation. That's the grand narrative. It must be more complicated than that. But when Ganel receives all these texts, he received them only through Latin translation, and he quite creative about them. So he took Hebrew sources like Shiur Koma, this kind of list, and ideas about how to create garments from Arabic sources and Greek one, and then combine them. to create something else. He is very, very reflective about this kind of stuff, and he has a kind of I want to say historical thinking, or even awareness about the how knowledge was developed, and putting the Hebrew ones as the most, of course, ancient ones for him, but still taking care, also reading Greek, Arabic, Latin, and Hebrew text as part of he has a huge theory about the languages of magic, which are basically these four languages. So he was really aware of what he was doing, like, and reflective about it.
They describe this very beautiful image of the rock.
Yeah,
So it's embroidered with like all the stars are embroidered.
Yeah, in it. Yeah. 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 It is. It is. Thank you.
I also have a question. Because you mentioned Yuda when he's in Malta, and we called him Moroccan. And I think the only basis for that is the Bashar opinion, which he recounted.
Yeah.
I'm sure about that because both Colette Syrah and Paul Fonton confirmed that to me, that he was not a Moroccan.
He's not a Moroccan.
And even Idel, who wrote Kabbalah from Africa,
Yeah, but
became aware afterwards. I wrote repeatedly about him because of the people connection. Part of the commentary on the prayers was translated into Latin by Feda. And the point is that he was not Moroccan, but he was from the Balears, so from Leon.
Okay, that makes the much more sense now. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I know there was a dispute about it, but I didn't get into it too much because I was quite afraid, I have to say.
Letters from Fonton saying Vashta regretted that he called his book
the Moroccan. Yeah.
He was not from Morocco.
Yeah.
He was from
Yeah.
It's Hungarian, so you can say but in France they say Vashta.
Okay. That's good to know.
There was something else. I found particularly interesting what you said about Ganet's description of the skies or of the characteres as constellation, because this is exactly what you see, and I was surprised not to see it in Gafarel. Gafarel has two skies, so the northern and the southern hemisphere, only with Hebrew letters. So the sky is red as book.
As book. That's interesting. Actually, Alemanno also has something like that. And
but Gafarel has
the depiction. Oh wow. Okay. I look into it for sure. Thank you for those two really important notes, comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. No, we have to say something.
Yeah, we will talk Italian and English, so volevamo ringraziare intanto appunto voi tutti presenti, we would like to thank you all the people, first of all, e anche appunto chi ci ha supportato, quindi l'Officina di Studi Medievali, che è stata con il suo presidente, Diego Ciccarelli, che è qui, e volevamo anche ringraziare Martino Zanetti, presidente della Fondazione Hausbrandt, che non è presente però ci sta seguendo online e vi manda i suoi saluti a tutti i presenti e questo, insomma.
Then I just want to thank again the German Research Foundation and the Goethe University and especially also the Foundation for International Cooperation of the Goethe University, who made all this possible, and of course also the University of Palermo, which was so kind also to participate here in this workshop. And this evening, thanks to the Hausbrand Foundation, we will meet again at 8 in the restaurant Mangia Baby, but in the right one, in the one,
Not the other one.
not the other Mangia Baby, but in the one Mangia Baby. So thank to all the lecturers today. And I mean, if we have now exactly the divine blessing is coming, so if we are interested and have enough energy, we can still go on with some Ilanot. And tomorrow morning we will meet at 10 here. Then we start with a coffee, and then we go on with our 2 last lectures. And then we have our final discussion also with regard to the with Arbores Cabbalisticae, and also about the publication plans. So yeah, we will discuss this tomorrow. And yeah, we're looking forward to seeing you all again at 8, hopefully 8. Yeah, and so thank you all.